Chapter 576. Ah! My hand! My leg! Lin Ziki's limbs were bound as he fell to the bed and wailed. Pain emanated from his limbs, a pain worse than death. Xiahou Zhen stood by the side with a cold expression. Senior brother Xiahou, you have to avenge me, Lin Ziki wailed. Enough! Xiahou Zhen bellowed softly as a look of impatience appeared in his eyes. Lin Ziki's attitude left him disgusted. He did not feel any pity for him, nor did he understand that Lin Ziki had ended up in such a state because of his orders to deal with Chen Zong. At that moment, Lin Ziki, who was lying on the bed with limp limbs and wailing in pain, was as ugly as a reptile in Xiahou Zhen's eyes. The more he looked at him, the more vexed and disgusted he felt. I will avenge you. Rest in peace, said Xiahou Zhen as his tone revealed a hint of cruelty. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Ziki first thanked him before he thought of something. He felt that Xiahou Zhen's words had another meaning. He saw Xiahou Zhen raise his finger and could not help but be appalled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Xiahou Zhen's eyes suffused a hint of coldness and killing intent. His finger trembled slightly as a golden beam tore through the air. It was fast, extremely fast. Even at his peak, Lin Ziki would not have been able to dodge it, much less in his crippled state. Lin Ziki never expected that his senior brother would attempt to kill him. There was a soft spluttering sound as Lin Ziki's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. He never expected that he would be killed by senior brother Xiahou, whom he had served wholeheartedly. Did he regret it? He did not know because his vision was already plunged into darkness. He did not know anything. Xiahou Zhen's expression did not change at all despite personally killing his junior brother who had served him. Chen Zong, next is you. There was a flurry of discussion throughout 100 Battles City. All of them were about what had happened in 100 Battles battlefield today. I never expected that sword reigning dominance Chen Zong's strength would be so terrifying. That's right. I always thought that Chen Zong's strength was not bad, but that was all. I never expected that battle to scare me. What I didn't expect even more was that this seemingly gentle person didn't hesitate at all when he attacked. It's too shocking. What's the background of Chen Zong? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Even I feel that with that kind of strength, perhaps there's hope for him to be ranked on the minor heaven ascension ranking. He shouldn't be a nameless person. It doesn't matter what his background is. Unless his background is stronger than the Martial Saint Palace, the consequences will be dire. Someone sneered. Lin Ziki was a core disciple of Martial Saint Palace, yet his limbs had been crippled. The people of Martial Saint Palace would never let this matter rest. Perhaps the Transcendent Realm Masters wouldn't take action because of their status, but Martial Saint Palace had many core disciples, each of whom possessed formidable combat strength. Everyone could not help but sigh. If it was just an ordinary disciple of the sacred Martial Palace who had been crippled, the consequences might not be so severe. However, Lin Ziki was a core disciple, and his battle strength had reached the peak of 4-star. He was considered above average among the core disciples. That being said, this kind of thing had nothing to do with them at all. At best, it was more of a topic to talk about after a meal. Chen Zong didn't feel anything special about crippling Lin Ziki's limbs. After achieving 30 consecutive victories in the 100 battlefield, Chen Zong left and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. Forcing Lin Ziki to constantly stimulate his strength, even to the point of using strength beyond his control, all the way to mid-stage or even late-stage 5-star, Chen Zong's tempering effect was very obvious. He had completely grasped the power condensed from the fusion of 30% of his physique and 30% of his unhindered true force. Now that he was cultivating the second transformation of the mind transformation, he could feel that the progress was obvious. 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force had begun to fuse. If the fusion was successful, the new strength would be even more powerful, equivalent to 80% of Chen Zong's unhindered true force's strength. Time passed slowly, and the cultivation of the second transformation of the mind transformation was also slowly improving. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a fluctuation of power in his body. A brand new strength circulated around his body as 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force successfully fused. Just as he was about to savor it, suddenly, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong quickly moved. With a poochie sound, a sharp golden light pierced through the tightly shut door and shot towards Chen Zong's forehead, shattering Chen Zong's afterimage. They seemed to have noticed that the golden light didn't kill Chen Zong. More golden lights pierced through the air like a rain of arrows, riddling the closed door with thousands of holes. They all shot towards Chen Zong. Each of the golden lights had the terrifying power of a late-stage 5-star warrior. In the midst of the puffing sounds, the entire bed was turned into ashes. Chen Zong moved his body and dodged all the golden lights. Using his finger like a sword, 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force condensed into a tyrannical sword power, which instantly broke through the air. The door that was riddled with holes was completely shattered by the sword power. A golden figure stood outside the door, raising his hand to shatter the sword power. With a flash, the figure forced its way into the room, leaving behind layers of golden afterimages. It was difficult to tell which was the real one. All of them charged at Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes focused as he swiped with his sword finger. The sword power tore through the air and shot back. With his extraordinary eyesight, Chen Zong instantly recognized the golden figure. It was Xiahou, who had failed to snatch the Earth-Een sword from him back at the Thousand Treasure Tower. As expected of a top genius on the minor heaven ascension roll, Xiahou's strength was not something Lin Ziki could compare with. Every move he made was at the late-stage 5-star level. However, it was only at the late-stage 5-star level. With 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force fused together, Chen Zong was able to completely withstand it. He slowly familiarized himself with the fusion of the two powers. Xiahou was extremely surprised. He believed that he would be able to quickly kill his opponent if he were to personally attack. He never expected that his opponent would not only dodge all of his attacks, but also counterattack. Such combat strength was at least at the late-stage 5-star level. As the two fought, the guest room was immediately shattered. Even the entire inn was affected by the shockwaves as it collapsed. The people living in the inn hurriedly rushed out in horror, preventing them from being killed. All of them stared at the two figures in the dust in horror. They felt a lingering fear when they sensed the terrifying auras. The more Xiahou attacked, the angrier he became. He used powerful finger techniques as countless golden beams of light interweaved in the air. They spun in a straight line as they charged at Chen Zong. Their strength constantly increased, approaching the peak of the 5-star level. Even so, he was unable to defeat Chen Zong. Instead, through the tempering, Chen Zong became more familiar with his control over his strength. Xiahou was indeed very strong, but it was nothing to Chen Zong. If he used his full strength, he could quickly defeat or even kill Xiahou. However, Chen Zong was using Xiahou's strength to temper himself, aiding in the cultivation of mind change. "Stop! How dare you attack in 100 Battle City?" A loud bellow sounded like rumbling thunder. A powerful aura surged out as though a mountain was crushing down. This was the powerful aura of a pseudo-transcendent. Immediately following that, a gigantic palm print that was dozens of meters tall condensed in the sky. It descended like a mountain, bringing with it an astounding pressure. Chen Zong and Xiahou's expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. The gigantic palm print descended, seemingly about to collapse the ground, but it suddenly paused and dissipated into nothingness. It demonstrated the other party's astounding control over strength and martial art. Following that, a figure appeared, separating Chen Zong and Xiahou. His cold gaze swept across them, immediately threatening Chen Zong and Xiaozhen. This was a very powerful pseudo-transcendent. Chen Zong estimated that his combat strength was not an ordinary 7-star. It might even reach the 8-star level. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules and attack in the city? The pseudo-transcendent was from 100 Battle City. His bellow was like a thunderclap, stirring the surrounding air and sending dust into the air. Chernzong, if you wish to continue participating in the 100 Battles arena, you will have to abide by the rules of 100 Battle City. On account of the fact that you were not the one who attacked first, you can continue staying in the city if you compensate for this in. The pseudo-transcendent's sharp eyes were bright as they landed on Chernzong. His tone left no room for argument. Following that, his gaze landed on Xiaozhen and turned cold. Xiaozhen, 100 Battles City is not martial sacred palace. It is not a place where you can do as you wish. Leave 100 Battles City now, immediately. My 100 Battles City does not welcome you. Xiaozhen's expression changed drastically. By doing so, they were trying to banish Xiaozhen. Although a mere 100 Battles City wasn't weak, it was nothing compared to the sacred martial palace. It didn't matter to Xiaozhen whether he stayed in the city or not. However, the problem was that he would be expelled. How could someone as proud as him tolerate that? You have to consider the consequences. Xiaozhen's eyes were cold as he glared angrily at the pseudo-transcendent. Consequences? The pseudo-transcendent grinned as a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. What consequences? Will Martial Sacred Palace attack my 100 Battles City for a mere core disciple like you? Or do you think Xiaoba has the ability to cause trouble in my 100 Battles City? The two rhetorical questions made Xiaozhen's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth as his anger burned. It was true that the Martial Saint Palace was very powerful, but his faction was only one of them. Although the 100 Battles City was inferior to the Martial Saint Palace, the strength of his faction alone wasn't enough to shake the 100 Battles City. As for Martial Sacred Palace, it was even more impossible for them to take action and suppress 100 Battles City for him. That would only make them a laughingstock. If a war were to erupt, Martial Sacred Palace would definitely suffer losses. It was also possible that the 10,000 Heaven sect would find an opportunity. The infighting between large factions was far more complicated than one could imagine. Xiaozhen, scram from 100 Battles City. 100 Battles City does not welcome you. The pseudo-transcendent said again. The surrounding crowd was appalled. You. Good. Good. Xiaozhen's chest heaved violently as though a volcano was erupting in his body. He was about to explode from anger. Such a blatant banishment was a complete humiliation to him. Both of you remember this. Today's humiliation will be returned 100 times over in the future. Xiaozhen's voice was like a cold wind from the extreme north that blew through the cracks. It made the surrounding crowd shiver unknowingly as their bodies trembled. Chapter 577. Chernzong, remember, do not do it again. Otherwise, 100 Battles City will not welcome you. With that said, the 8-star pseudo-transcendent left. From this point, it could be seen that 100 Battles City was very strict with its rules. It was also clear that 100 Battles City was very fair. They did not favor Xiaozhen just because he was a core disciple of Martial Sacred Palace. Neither of them were in the wrong for fighting and destroying the inn, but the main responsibility lay with the person who attacked first. After all, the world of warriors was like that. If someone attacked first, it was impossible to expect the other to be killed obediently. Counterattacks were inevitable. The inn was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing to Chernzong. After paying for what he owed, Chernzong found another inn to stay in. He continued cultivating the change of heart. After the brief exchange with Xiaozhen, Chernzong became more familiar with his new strength. However, he was still a distance away from fully grasping it. Unfortunately, It would have been better if the pseudo-transcendent had come a little later. He could have used Xiaohoujian's strength to temper himself and fully grasp the newly fused strength. Then, he would have been able to better cultivate the second change of heart. What a pity! However, Chen Zong did not dwell on it. There would always be tempering. According to Xiaohoujian's temperament, he would definitely seek revenge. When that happened, it would be a form of tempering. While Chen Zong cultivated, the entire city was discussing the matter. Xiaohoujian's expulsion was no trivial matter. It could be said that he had embarrassed Martial Sacred Palace to a certain extent, but such a matter would not implicate the upper echelons. Ignoring how furious Xiaohoujian was after being expelled from 100 Battles City, time flew. The second day passed and it was time for the true martial realm's 100 Battles Arena. When Chen Zong stepped into the 100 Battles Arena, he was surprised to discover that the spectator stands were almost filled with people. It's Chen Zong. Sword of Dominance Chen Zong is here. I didn't come the day before yesterday. I missed it. Numerous gazes landed on Chen Zong as they exclaimed in surprise. The reason why so many people were here was because of Chen Zong. The several pseudo-transcendent realm old men on 100 Battles Tower all smiled happily. Such a grand occasion would only appear after a 70 to 80 consecutive victories. Although Chen Zong has brought us a little trouble, it's nothing compared to the benefits. The 100-year-old battlefield could hold 40 to 50,000 people. Normally, it would hold around 10,000 people. In other words, today's spirit shell income was several times higher than usual. Moreover, it was certain that as long as Chen Zong continued to participate in the 100 Battles Arena, the spectators would definitely be more than usual, and the benefits would naturally be greater as well. Spirit shells were a form of currency that could be used to purchase substandard spirit sources, which in turn could be exchanged for low-rank spirit sources. These were all very useful to transcendence, so naturally the more one had, the better. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zong stepped onto the waiting area and sat down. Those who were going to fight walked up to the waiting area one by one. When they saw Chen Zong, their hearts trembled involuntarily, especially those who had seen Chen Zong fight that day. Many people did some calculations and realized that they might have to fight against Chen Zong. They could not help but smile bitterly. At that moment, Emosen arrived. As soon as he stepped onto the waiting area, Emosen's eyes fell on Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely bright, as if there was a blade hidden within them that could cut through everything, as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong's body apart. Emosen returned not long after leaving 100 Battles City. As soon as he returned, he heard all kinds of discussions. Only then did he realize that he had missed an exciting scene. Only then did he realize that Chen Zong's combat strength was actually so powerful. Such strength made Emosen feel excited. Sensing Emosen's sharp gaze, Chen Zong looked back and smiled slightly. Emosen's combat strength was also very strong, but it was unknown what level he had reached. However, from the looks of it, he should already know about the battle between Chen Zong, Lin Ziki, and Xiaohoujian. Since he was still acting like this, it meant that his true combat strength had reached the 5-star level. Perhaps he would be a good opponent to hone his new strength, allowing Chen Zong to better cultivate the change of will. Soon, Chen Zong went on stage and defeated one opponent after another. Should we still send someone to stop him? A pseudo-transcendent from the 100 Battles Tower's upper echelons asked. There's no need. That's right. With his combat strength, to stop his winning streak, one would need at least a late-stage 5-star combat strength. Our 100 Battles City also has late-stage 5-star combat strength, but forget it for now. Let him continue his winning streak. As a result, Chen Zong obtained a 40-match winning streak. Next was Senator Emosen also successfully obtained a 40-match winning streak. He was not attacked by the 100 Battles Tower because the people from the 100 Battles Tower could tell that Emosen was not weak. It's not like the two of them are facing each other. What a pity. I really wanted to see the two of them fight. You and I will eventually fight. Emo-san left a sentence as he walked past Chenzong. Chenzong smiled faintly. Time flew by, day after day passed. Besides heading to the 100 battlefield to participate in the 100 battles arena, Chenzong would occasionally make a trip to the 1000 treasure pavilion to see if he could find other grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. But unfortunately, he didn't have any. In addition, Chenzong would cultivate the change of will and sword art. He would also comprehend minor true meanings. However, the comprehension of minor true meanings was very slow. Without a chance encounter, it was too difficult to comprehend a new minor true meaning. He was only more familiar with the 3 minor true meanings that he had grasped so far. 50-match winning streak. 60-match winning streak. Every time the 100 battles arena for the true martial realm level started, the spectator stands in the 100 battles arena were almost full of people. They were basically here for Chenzong and Mo Senator in just a few days. The benefits brought to the 100 battles tower were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong obtained a 70-match winning streak in the 100 battles arena. Emo-san also obtained a 70-match winning streak. Emo-san, who obtained a 70-match winning streak, had already displayed more of his strength. He had reached the peak of the 4-star level, but that was still not Emo-san's full strength. A new day had arrived. When Chenzong stepped into the 100 battles arena, waves of cheers sounded. They were all here for Chenzong and Mo Sr. 70-match winning streak. Will Chenzong obtain an 80-match winning streak today? Yes. After the 50th match winning streak, the 100 battles arena had already intentionally arranged for stronger martial artists to snipe them. However, due to the lack of battle strength, they were all defeated. Not long after Chenzong stepped into the 100-year battlefield, Missouri's son followed suit. The two of them entered the waiting area one after the other. The two of them came together. Haha, perhaps there will be a battle between the two of them today. Soon, Chenzong entered the arena. The first opponent's battle strength was not bad. He was a 2-star martial artist. However, compared to Chenzong, he was too weak and defeated in one strike. The second opponent's battle strength was also a 2-star martial artist. He was also defeated in one strike by Chenzong. The third opponent, the fourth opponent, all of them were defeated. On the waiting area, Emo-san grabbed his black long blade. His body was like a cold blade light piercing through the air. He landed on the 100 battles arena, 100 meters away from Chenzong. It's Emo-san's turn. Are the two finally going to fight? Immediately, everyone became excited. They were extremely excited. From the beginning, many people had been discussing the strength between Chenzong and Limitless Blade Mo Senator previously. Most people thought that Emo-san was stronger. However, after Chenzong revealed his shocking battle strength, it was one-sided. Almost everyone thought that Chenzong was stronger. Subsequently, Emo-san slowly revealed his powerful strength. It was like a bottomless pit. The two of them were once again caught in all kinds of guesses about who was stronger. Now, the two of them were finally going to fight. From now on, the outcome would be clear. You are a good opponent. Emo-san took the initiative to speak. His voice was as cold as a blade. I hope you are also a good opponent. Chenzong smiled slightly. Until now, no one knew how strong Emo-san's battle strength was. However, he was sure that he was a 5-star martial artist. Moreover, according to his confident attitude, he must have reached the late stage of 5-star or even stronger. However, it was estimated that he would not exceed the 5-star level. Until now, Chenzong had gone through many battles. He had also successfully grasped the power of the fusion of 40% of his physical strength and 40% of the great true force. He had started to step into the fusion of 50% of his power. In every battle, although Chen Zong basically defeated his opponent with one strike, it was not like he did not gain anything. He tried his best to use the least amount of power to achieve the greatest effect. The black long blade pointed directly at Chen Zong. The blade trembled slightly and emitted a sound that spread out. It was like the low moan of the dark forest. When people heard it, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A dense blade chi gradually spread out from the black long blade. It was like endless smoke, emitting an even stronger chill. There was no wind, but Mo Sen's long black hair fluttered in the wind. His black robes rustled as well. A cold and sharp aura erupted from Mo Sen's body, wreaking havoc like a storm, leaving tiny scratches on the stone floor of the arena beneath his feet. No one had ever seen such an attitude before. It was enough to show how much importance Mo Sen attached to Chen Zong. Mo Sen's aura rose steadily and became stronger. The aura from his body became fiercer and more tyrannical. It was like an invisible blade chi that cut everything around it. The scratches on the stone floor became clearer and clearer. The surrounding air was also cut apart. Roars came from Mo Sen's body. It was like thunder, like the roar of a beast, and also like the roar of a surging sea. Is he unlocking the seal? In the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents' eyes flashed as they whispered. As far as they knew, in addition to inheriting the ghastly underworld Luo saber, the successor of that family would also inherit a self-sealing technique. He would seal a part of his own strength and use it to train himself. Only when he encountered a strong enemy would he release the seal so that his strength would be on the same level as the enemy. He would then use his saber skills to defeat the enemy. The current Mo Sen seemed to be doing such a thing. Chen Zong did not move. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Mo Senator. He felt Mo Sen's aura continue to rise and become more tyrannical. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Compared to Lin Ziki, Mo Sen's aura was even stronger. It had already reached the level of 5-star, but it did not stop. It continued to rise until it reached the level of Lin Ziki's Thunder King transformation. Then, it reached the level of Lin Ziki's second transformation. Middle 5-star. Late 5-star. When Mo Sen's aura rose to the late 5-star, it stabilized. His fluttering long hair and robe also returned to silence. Only the long blade trembled slightly, and the sound of struggle grew stronger. Chapter 578. Buzz Buzz Buzz. The jet-black saber radiance swallowed and spat out, and a gloomy coldness filled the air. My blade technique is called the ghastly underworld net. As his aura grew stronger, Mo Sen's voice became even colder and sharper, like the edge of a blade. Every word he spoke could cut open the sky. Zongheng. Chen Zong held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. His eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed them. Two completely different yet equally formidable auras coiled around the two of them, and they were sharp and overbearing as they collided with each other, causing a string of shocking sounds to resound out and cause waves of violent winds to blow towards the surroundings, causing the expressions of everyone in the spectating area to become solemn. They had yet to make a move, but the collision of their auras had already made everyone excited. They felt as if their blood was about to boil. Mo Sen attacked. The black long saber trembled, and a cold black saber light broke through the air. One after another, it was densely packed like a torrential rainstorm. Countless cold saber lights seemed to have formed a long river, and were surging towards Yi Shiwen. The long sword shook, and the body of the sword trembled slightly. Then, the jet-black cold saber lights shattered, and turned into countless black light spots that splashed in all directions. The onlookers only saw streaks of half-meter-long saber light rushing out like a long river. Then, they were intercepted and shattered by Chen Zong. Countless pieces of broken black light splashed out, drowning Chen Zong's figure. After a dozen breaths of time, all the black blade lights were shattered, and Chen Zong was not hurt at all. How terrifying! He actually managed to block that attack completely. In the spectator stands, everyone was endlessly shocked. The intensity and power of those attacks caused their hearts to tremble. However, that was only Mo-sen's probing attack. It was only the prelude to a fierce battle. With a wave of the black saber, the cold and dark saber light drew a mysterious half-arc in the air. Like a waning moon, it came from one side and attacked Chunzong. The saber light was hazy, and a halo appeared on its own, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, Chunzong did not even look at it. He waved his sword to block it, and with his skillful movement, he swept the saber light and reflected it back at Mo-senator. Then, he took a step forward and stabbed with his long sword, leaving a straight sword mark in the air. Mo-sen's figure flashed, and he avoided the counterattack of the cold saber light. Then, his saber slanted upwards to avoid the long sword stab, and chopped towards Chunzong. The two approached each other, and the long saber and long sword started fighting fiercely. Sparks flew out like a group of stars shining brightly. It was abnormally gorgeous, causing people to be intoxicated by it. However, they all knew that under that kind of brilliance was an astonishing danger. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to the danger of death. Sabers and swords were equally sharp. They were both lethal weapons. In this kind of close combat, the fierceness of sabers and swords were vividly displayed. This was especially so when the two of them had high attainments in saber and sword technique. Every saber and sword strike was like a fatal blow. It was abnormally terrifying. Chunzong could feel that Mo-sen's saber technique was very profound. He was at least in the Linwu realm of one with the saber. However, although this level of cultivation was profound, it was nothing compared to Chunzong. Chunzong did not use his full strength. Instead, he used the new power after the fusion to fight against Mo-senator. However, after fusing with 50% of his power had already surpassed the late stage of the 5-star realm. Moreover, Mo-sen could not match up to his superb sword technique. Soon, Mo-sen was suppressed by Chunzong. "Show me your full strength," Chunzong said as he repelled Mo-sen with his sword. This scene made everyone in the spectator seats and the 100 battle tower widen their eyes. They originally thought that Chunzong and Mo-sen's combat power should be about the same. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It seemed that Chunzong was more powerful. No, according to Chunzong's words, Mo-sen did not really use his full strength. He was still holding back. Mo-sen's eyes became sharper. He did not expect that he could not compete with Chunzong even after using most of his strength. Since that was the case, he could only release the seal completely and use his full strength. Mo-sen raised his left hand and quickly tapped his chest with his 5 fingers. His body, which did not look strong, shook, and an even more powerful energy wave exploded from his body. The surrounding air seemed to rumble and tremble. Ripples spread out like water. Wisps of black aura slashed out like a long saber, cutting the surroundings. The ground under his feet also collapsed. This level should have surpassed the peak of 5-star and reached the limit of 5-star. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He guessed with some reluctance. At this time, Mo-sen's aura was much stronger than before. Chunzong came to this conclusion based on his own experience, but he was not 100% sure. However, beyond the late stage of 5-star was the peak of 5-star and the limit of 5-star. As for 6-star, Chunzong had felt that kind of aura from the disciples of the ancient mountain before. It was stronger than the current Mo senior. "Now, I'm using my full strength." Mo-sen smiled. His eyes became dark and deep. A layer of black flames seemed to burn on his long saber. What answered him was Chunzong's sword. The sword light broke through the air, carrying a powerful sword energy. However, it was blocked by Mo-sen's saber and counterattack. The ghastly underworld saber could be used in close combat and could also slash out saber light to attack the target. It was very powerful. Countless black saber lights flashed in the surroundings and slashed toward Chen Zong. 9 shadows, 1 kill, Emo-san shouted in a low voice. His figure flashed and transformed into 9 figures. Each figure looked like a real person. They carried a monstrous, murderous aura. Dark halos surrounded their bodies, making them look like death gods from hell. They held long black sabers in their hands as they quickly wandered around Chen Zong, looking for the best angle to attack. The terrifying killing intent made Chen Zong's body feel numb. The 9 sabers came from different angles. The supreme killing intent made Chen Zong's face even more serious. It was a terrifying killing move. This made Chen Zong even more serious, but it also aroused a stronger fighting intent. With a sword in hand, the world looked down on him. The 40th move of the unhindered sword technique was not reserved. The new power formed by the fusion of 50% of the physical strength and 50% of the unhindered true power was comparable to 100% of the unhindered true power. In other words, the power of Chen Zong's new power was equal to 100% of his previous power. The limit of 5-star. Moreover, it was the limit of 5-star that was very close to 6-star. In an instant, the 9 swords completely blocked the 9 saber attacks that came from all directions. The terrifying might of the sword energy was astonishing. It passed through the saber images and shattered 8 of the 9 figures. The one that did not shatter was sent flying. It was Emo-sen's original body. Emo-sen was extremely shocked. 9 shadows 1 kill was one of the ultimate moves of the ghastly forest underworld Luo saber. When it was executed with his peak 5-star battle strength, its might was extremely terrifying. Even someone with the same battle strength might not be able to withstand it. However, not only did Chen Zong withstand it, he even shattered the 8 shadows. Emo-sen could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Chen Zong's sword. It seemed to be even stronger than his. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were dumbfounded. With their eyesight and experience, they could naturally see Chen Zong and Emo-sen's strength. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The combat strength displayed by the 2 of them. The limit of 5-star. This was definitely a powerful strength that could be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Moreover, it was a strength that could be ranked among the top. With the Netherworld Net Saber, they were certain that Emo-sen came from that family. He should be the successor of that family and had just come out to gain experience. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was not famous. As for that Chen Zong, where did he come from? Was he also a member of a hidden family? However, they had never heard of a hidden family with the surname Chen. They had also never seen the sword technique he used. The Dragon Chart region's Tianjiang mansion was very far from the Ascending Heaven region. The unhindered sword technique was nothing in the vast sea of martial arts. Of course, it was not famous. It was normal that they did not recognize it. After dispersing the impact of the sword energy, Emo-sen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and charged at Chen Zong again. Before he arrived, he had already swung his saber. Several cold saber lights that emitted a cold murderous intent pierced through the air like crescent moons. Each saber light was several meters long. Before they arrived, many saber marks had already been left on the stage. That was not all. As Emo-sen swung his saber, more and more cold saber lights condensed and pierced through the air, as if they were going to cut Chen Zong into pieces. It felt as if he could destroy a city wall with just one saber. Even if he was facing thousands of soldiers and horses, he could still kill them all with his own strength. Countless saber lights slashed toward Chen Zong. Each of them was extremely cold. They could freeze the chi and blood of an ordinary warrior and destroy all resistance. If it were an ordinary 5-star warrior, any saber light would be able to kill him. Chen Zong's eyes flickered. With the long sword in his hand, he stood still and let the saber lights slash toward him. He only swung his sword and used his sword energy to shatter the cold saber lights one after another. Every time he shattered a saber light, a wisp of cold energy would spread out and enter his arm through the sword, trying to invade his body and cause damage. However, Chunzong's qi and blood were pure yang. They were extremely powerful, like a raging fire. Before the cold energy could cause any damage, it was shattered by the pure yang qi and blood. It could not affect Chunzong at all. Every saber light was very powerful, but Chunzong stood still and took it head-on. His purpose was to use the power of these saber lights to train his own strength and try to master the new strength completely. Emosun swung his saber without stopping. He swung his saber down from the sky with an extremely powerful aura. Before the saber landed, the arena under Chunzong's feet had already been shattered, leaving a long saber mark. It was a shocking sight. Raising his head slightly, Chunzong's eyes flickered. After shattering the saber lights, he swung his sword upward. The powerful sword energy seemed to be able to break the sky. The saber and sword clashed. The sound was intense and sharp. An invisible sound wave spread out and crushed the saber light. Everyone in the spectator stands in the distance covered their ears. Each and every one of them showed a pained expression. It was like the sound of a demon piercing through their heads. It was as if their souls were being torn apart. Emosun brandished his saber again and again, but Chunzong blocked his attacks time and time again. The terrifying sound waves shattered everything in their surroundings. Rocks flew into the air, and then turned into dust under the shockingly formless sound wave. Dust and smoke billowed. The ring around Chunzong was shattered beyond recognition, but the place where his feet were standing was completely undamaged. He displayed an astonishing control over his power, causing the spectators to be amazed. Terrifying! If it were us back then, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Not to mention back then, even now, we may not be able to do better. The pseudo-transcendence in the 100 Battles Tower smiled bitterly. In the head-on confrontation, Chunzong's control over his strength became more and more refined, gradually approaching his limit. End of chapter. Chapter 579. Senior and Junior Brothers, please subscribe to me. The cold blade light filled the air, and the blades connected endlessly. Suddenly, he grasped 50% of his power, and under Chunzong's control, he condensed it into an incomparably tyrannical sword energy, and slashed it upwards. When the blade and sword collided, the long blade could not resist and was bounced up high. Emosun's expression suddenly changed, and his body flew up high along with the long blade. A terrifying power kept attacking the blade. Not only was it tyrannical, but it also contained a shocking sharpness. Moreover, it was endless, like a tide, wave after wave. It was simply inconceivable. It was common knowledge that domineering, ferocious, and unyielding forces were usually weaker in terms of sustainability, while continuous forces were usually softer. However, the force of Chunzong's sword contained domineering, ferocious, sharp, and continuous force, and even contained a kind of flexibility, like the gurgling of flowing water. Underworld Blade. 10,000 Mammoth Forest. Hundreds of meters in the air, Emosun held the hilt of his blade with both hands, and a vast and mighty sound rang out continuously. It was like thunder, like a gale, and also like a cold wind from hell. The black long blade was slowly waved, and countless black blade shadows filled the air, like a cold dark cloud that covered the sky and earth. It was gloomy and oppressive. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt that it was difficult to breathe, and their bodies stiffened. The full name of the Underworld Blade was the Underworld Blade. 10,000 Mammoth Forest was the second ultimate move of the Underworld Blade, and it was more powerful and profound than the 9 Shadows 1 Kill. The Underworld Blade light condensed into a cold dark cloud, and a layer covered it, as if the sky was collapsing. Chop! Accompanied by Emosun's low shout, which was like the roar of a cold wind from the underworld, the black long blade slashed down. Immediately, a large amount of blade light covered the sky and covered the earth as a dark cloud descended from the sky. It was low and heavy, and the extremely terrifying aura caused the stage below to shake. The faces of the spectators changed greatly, and they all had no choice but to use their full strength to activate their techniques and revolve their true power to resist the impact of the aura. If it weren't for the fact that they were far enough away, this kind of aura would have been enough to crush them one by one. Even so, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if there was an invisible stone blocking their chest. They tried their best to breathe, but were unable to take in much air. It was as if they were about to faint from suffocation. Chen Zong raised his head and stared at the gloomy, cold clouds pressing down from above. He could see that every streak of dark blade light flickered with terrifying sharpness. The gloomy coldness contained an astonishing and irresistible dominance, as if it could crush everything. The broken arena of 100 battles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Chen Zong felt the pressure on his body increase sharply, like a mountain of knives falling down. The light in his eyes became brighter and sharper. His arm shook slightly, and as his 5 fingers loosened and tightened, the long sword trembled slightly, emitting a melodious and ear-piercing sword cry, as if the sword was cheering. Slash! With a low shout, Chen Zong seemed to use all his strength to slash upward with his sword. It seemed like a simple slash, but it was the 40th move of the Zonghu sword technique, and it was extremely powerful. The Zonghu sword technique was a sword technique that used the Zonghu sword technique to activate the Zonghu sword technique. Only in this way could its power be maximized. However, under Chen Zong's slow improvement, it could be activated with the new power after the fusion. Its power was not reduced, and it had even more amazing mysteries under the new power. The sword light broke through the air, like a 10-meter-long crescent rising to the sky. The crescent moon emitted a hazy halo. If one looked closely, they would find that the halo was actually formed by countless shadows of the sword light and the crescent moon. Up and down, the crescent moon of the sword light directly hit the dark clouds of the blade light, shattering the layers of blade light. However, it was constantly weakened and finally collapsed. A small part of the dark clouds of the blade light remained. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The slash continued. Chen Zong waved his sword again. The 10-meter-long crescent moon of the sword light shattered the remaining small part of the dark clouds of the blade light. His body and sword became one. It was as if he had pierced through the clouds and soared into the sky. The long sword streaked across the sky, like a flying star chasing after the moon, and attacked Mo Sun, who was falling from the sky. Facing Chen Zong's attack, Mo Sun's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. He held the long blade tightly with both hands and chopped down. A dark shadow seemed to appear behind him. It raised the huge black long blade like a demon from the netherworld, and then chopped down at Chen Zong. Netherworld blade. Netherworld killing move. This was the third move of the Netherworld Luo blade. This slash seemed to be able to summon the power of a demon from the netherworld to kill a strong enemy. The murderous intent was shocking. It was as cold as hell. Everyone in the audience was numb all over. Their blood was frozen, and they could not move. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. They felt that the blade was coming for them, and they could not dodge or resist it. They could only wait for death to come. Chen Zong could not dodge it either. When the blade and sword collided, Chen Zong only felt an extremely terrifying force hitting his body. It was as if he could not resist it. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteorite, fiercely bombarding the 100 battles arena. With a rumble, the earth shook, and the 100 battles arena completely shattered. In the billowing dust, no one could see the situation inside. They could only see Mo Sun falling from the sky. What a terrifying move! Did Mo Sun win? Chen Zong couldn't have been killed, could he? After coming back to their senses, everyone found that they could move again. They were shocked and started to talk. When the dust settled, there was a deep hole in the center of the collapsed 100 battles arena. A figure soared into the sky, bringing with it countless pieces of rocks and debris. He landed dozens of meters in front of Mo's senator. It was Chen Zong. It seemed that other than his sword robe being a bit tattered, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. In fact, that was the case. Mo Sen's blade was indeed very powerful. It was enough to kill an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist. However, Chen Zong's strength was not something an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist could compare with. Moreover, Chen Zong's physique was strong. The golden jade impenetrable body's defense was amazing. Coupled with the tyrannical sword force, he completely resisted the terrifying power of that blade. However, Chen Zong was very emotional. This Mo Sen's background was not ordinary. His inheritance was not simple. It was obvious when compared to the Zongheng Sword Codex. Before the Zongheng Sword Codex was perfected, its level was not high enough. It could only be considered good in the Tianjiang prefecture. In the entire Longtu region, it was nothing. However, the perfected Zongheng Sword Codex had indeed improved greatly. In the Tianjiang prefecture, no one could compare with it. Even if it was compared to the sect-guarding martial arts codices of the 4 middle-ranked sect, it was not inferior. However, it still could not be compared with the martial arts codex of the Longtu royal family. It was not that its level was inferior. The Zongheng Sword Codex was the highest level of the Zongheng Sword Codex. It was just that it lacked other inheritances, such as some ultimate moves and killing moves. For example, Mo Sen's ghastly underworld Luo blade. Normally, the power of each blade was very strong. It was not weaker than the sword moves of the Zongheng Sword Codex. However, there were also terrifying ultimate moves such as 9 Shadows 1 Kill, all-encompassing forest, and even the ghastly ultimate move just now. Those were not things that the Zongheng Sword Codex could compare with. Mo Sen was also very surprised that his ghastly ultimate move did not hurt Chen Zong at all. The Zongheng Sword Codex itself is strong enough, but it lacks the corresponding ultimate move. My strongest moves are only 2 secret swords, Chen Zong thought to himself. Those 2 secret swords were called by another name. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was the pseudo-lingwu. The pseudo-lingwu was also divided into low, middle, and high grade. The secret sword Point Star and the secret sword Dragon Dance were both low-grade pseudo-lingwu. As for the Thunder King transformation that Lin Ziki used before, Chen Zong estimated that it was at least a middle-grade pseudo-lingwu. It might even be higher. For the first time, Chen Zong felt that he had very few moves. His lack of skills caused him to be weak when fighting against a strong opponent. He could only rely on the Zongheng Sword Codex to fight against the enemy. He felt that his strength was not enough. It could not be helped. The foundation of the Zongheng Sword Codex was too weak. Even if Chen Zong had the help of the ancient Xian tablet, his knowledge and experience were limited. It was like a clever housewife could not cook without rice. Perhaps I should find some other sword moves or pseudo-lingwu to cultivate in the future, Chen Zong thought to himself. However, right now, he still needed to defeat Mo Sen first. Only then could he continue his winning streak and obtain 100 consecutive victories. You are very strong. Just this alone is not enough to deal with you. Mo Sen suddenly opened his mouth to speak while recovering the strength he had just consumed. Next, I will use my secret technique to determine the winner. Is the winner going to be decided? Finally, the winner is going to be decided. Everyone could not help but become excited. Come. Chen Zong only replied with one word. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and placed his left hand on the sword's spine like a sword, slowly brushing it. Netherworld Storm. As Mo Sen's name rang out, the long sword seemed to explode. A gust of cold black wind appeared out of nowhere, as if it was born from Mo Sen's body and directly swallowed his body. The rumbling sound was terrifying. It was like a storm formed by the wind from the underworld. It descended with the will of death, strangling everything and devouring all life. Everywhere it passed, the shattered stone slabs of the 100 Battles arena collapsed. Netherworld Storm, mid-rank pseudo-linguo. He really is the successor of that family. The pseudo-transcendence of the 100 Battles Tower had solemn expressions. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. He felt a kind of terrifying destruction from the Netherworld Storm. It was extremely tyrannical, and its power was probably enough to threaten an early 6-star martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's sword finger brushed across the sword's spine and reached the sword's tip. His unrestrained great true qi poured out like flowing water. Countless strands of energy condensed into light and flowed along the sword's spine. The power penetrated the sword's tip and burst out with an extremely sharp cold light, as if it could shatter stars. Secret Sword, Star Touch. Chen Zong was still unable to use new energy to activate his secret sword. He could only use his unrestrained great true qi, and its power was still extremely tyrannical. Using his great true qi at the peak of the 9th true martial realm, this sword was extremely powerful. But that was not all. Chen Zong concentrated and stimulated the power of his sword intent. An astonishingly sharp aura descended on the long sword and gathered at the sword's tip, fusing into the cold light. It was as if a terrifying bolt of lightning had struck it. Staring at the terrifying black storm that was madly sweeping over, Chen Zong stabbed out with his sword. The space in front of him seemed to tremble, as if it had been pierced through by the sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword pierced straight through the black netherworld storm. Everyone unconsciously stood up and stared with wide eyes and craned their neck. They didn't dare to blink, lest they miss the most exciting scene. On the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents also stared with wide eyes. The unrestrained sword and limitless saber. The outcome of the battle between Chen Zong and Mo Sen would be decided in this strike. End of chapter. Chapter 580. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I was delayed by something, so I had to make up for it. Sorry. The sword was like a star mark breaking through the air. Love go little say, Chew the storm was cold, destroying heaven and earth. When the long sword stabbed into the netherworld storm, it shattered inch by inch from the tip of the sword and turned into powder. However, the power of the secret sword technique was not damaged at all. It still broke through the storm with amazing sharpness and stabbed forward. The weapons of the 100 battlefields were specially made. Although they were not pseudo-spiritual weapons, they were stronger than first-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons in terms of hardness and were comparable to second-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons. Even so, Chen Zong's full-powered sword was too powerful. Coupled with the terrifying power of the netherworld storm, the long sword suffered more pressure under the collision and naturally shattered. Inside the netherworld storm, Mo Sen's long sword also shattered inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying netherworld storm, which seemed to come from the depths of hell, swallowed Chen Zong's body. However, Chen Zong's sword also stabbed into the netherworld storm and pierced through it. Rumbling sounds continued to erupt from the nether storm, and every sound caused the hearts of the surrounding people to involuntarily beat wildly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact only a few breaths had passed. The netherworld storm seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful impact and disintegrated from the inside. It shattered inch by inch and turned into gusts of cold wind that blew in all directions. At the same time, everyone only saw a figure fly back like a meteorite. It's Mo Sen. Mo Sen was actually repelled. Everyone was shocked. The netherworld storm had completely dissipated. Chen Zong stood empty-handed in the ruined 100 Battles arena. His sword robe was tattered beyond recognition, his hair was messy, his face was pale, and his body was aching faintly. The power of the netherworld storm was too strong. In the distance, Mo-sun clutched his chest with one hand. There was a charred black palm print on his chest. A terrifying blazing energy was surging through his body and wreaking havoc, causing him to feel a tearing pain if he moved even a little. The earlier intense battle had exhausted most of his strength. The final nether storm had exhausted all of his remaining strength. Now, Mo-sun did not have much strength left in his body. Chun-zong was also the same. His tyrannical true power poured out in torrents and was completely used to display the secret sword point star. The reason why he was able to force Mo-sun back and injure him was also because of his powerful body refinement cultivation. He was able to display the primeval iron forging hand. "Do you still want to fight?" Chun-zong retorted. Even though he had used up all of his true power, he still had more than half of his physical strength left, so he could still fight. "You win," Mo-sun said. His expression was still cold. There was no excuse for him to find. Now that he had exhausted all his strength, he had no strength to fight anymore. On the other hand, Chun-zong seemed to still have some strength left. He had no choice but to admit defeat. After admitting defeat, Mo-sun turned around and left the ruined 100 Battles arena step by step. "We won." Chun-zong won. "Too terrifying, this kind of strength is too terrifying." This kind of combat strength can definitely be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list, a pseudo-transcendent of the 100 Battles tower side. He hasn't won 80 consecutive victories yet. Should we send someone to snipe him? Although Chun-zong won, he seems to be an arrow at the end of its flight. Send someone. Maybe they can defeat him, but if that's the case, I'm afraid the following matches won't be as exciting, and the profits of the 100 Battles arena will drop again. There are still 3 matches left before Chun-zong has a chance to win 80 consecutive victories. Send someone to snipe him. If he loses, he can only blame himself. The next opponent was immediately sent to the stage, not giving Chun-zong time to recover his strength. The rules of the 100 Battles arena also forbade taking pills to restore strength. "You're very strong, but how much strength do you have left?" "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." The challenger thought that he had seized the opportunity. As long as he defeated Chun-zong, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would leave behind an indelible record. That was, he had once defeated Chun-zong, who had terrifying battle prowess. "More than enough to defeat you." Chun-zong smiled faintly and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a loud bang, the stone floor under his feet shattered instantly. Before his opponent could react, Chun-zong's fist landed on his opponent's body. With a bang, the unparalleled challenger was sent flying, coughing up blood. He won again. It seems that Chun-zong still has a lot of strength left. Soon, another challenger came to the stage and attacked Chun-zong from a distance without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, Chun-zong shattered all the attacks and punched out. His fist energy was like a dragon, roaring as it smashed towards his opponent, sending him flying with a single punch. He won again. He's only 1 match away from 80 consecutive victories. "I'll fight you this time." With a deep voice, a tall and mighty middle-aged man fell on the ruined 100 Battles arena like a huge rock. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky around him. This man was wearing a short gray coat. The muscles on his exposed arms bulged as if they were made of steel. His forearms and wrists were wrapped with black chains as thick as a little finger, which added to his fierceness. There was a scar on his ordinary face. His eyes were fierce and sharp, like a lurking beast that could scare ordinary warriors with a glance. He was one of the warriors trained by the 100 Battles arena to snipe challengers who had a winning streak. From his appearance alone, Chun-zong could see that his opponent's physique was very strong. He should have practiced a body-refining technique, and had achieved a certain level of attainment. However, he didn't know how strong he was until they fought. "Take my punch!" With a loud shout, the middle-aged man glared fiercely. He raised his fist and punched forward like an arrow on a bow. Boom! The fist energy rushed out like a fierce tiger, bringing up dust and smoke in the sky. It was like an earth dragon roaring, and countless rocks were flying. This punch was very fierce, as if it could crush a mountain. About the strength of an early 4-star warrior, Chen Zong thought. He immediately punched out and shattered his opponent's fist energy. At his peak, his body refining technique could compete with an early 5-star warrior. If he used the mixed iron refining hand, he would be even more powerful. Although Xiao Chen had exhausted a lot of his physical strength in the fight with Mo Sun, he had recovered some of his physical strength after the 2 fights earlier. Now, he was about 60% of his peak. 60% of his body refining technique was not something an ordinary 4-star warrior could compare with. Seeing that Chen Zong still had the strength to break his attack with 1 punch, the middle-aged man was surprised and attacked again. He continuously punched out with both fists. Wave after wave of fist energy was like a fierce tiger or a fierce dragon. The continuous bombardment caused the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. The momentum was shocking. After throwing out dozens of punches, the middle-aged man didn't stop. Instead, he let out a loud shout and his upper body swelled up as if it was filled with air. His muscles bulged, and there was a faint layer of blood-red color that emitted traces of pure blood qi fluctuations. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound was like the sound of flowing water. It was the momentum brought by the flow of qi and blood. His powerful qi and blood all went to his right arm. A strange scene appeared. The middle-aged man's right arm kept expanding, and the other parts of his body seemed to shrink. The black chains wrapped around his right arm flew up and danced like snake. They instantly turned red. Blood prison dragon breaking fist. With a loud shout, the middle-aged man used all his strength to attack with this heaven-level body refining technique. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The terrifying qi and blood soared into the sky like smoke signals. His right arm, which had expanded like a pillar, seemed to shatter the air in front of it. His right arm quickly shrank as if it was shrinking. A blood-red dragon head rushed out of the blood prison. It roared with shocking destructive power and fiercely attacked Chen Zong. So powerful! Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this punch has reached the peak of 4-star. If Chen Zong was at his peak, he could ignore it. However, he only had 60% of his strength now. It was a little difficult. No matter what, Chen Zong had to win. Taking a deep breath, his pure yang blood qi surged toward his right arm and gathered in his right palm. His entire palm swelled to the size of a millstone and glowed red. It emitted a terrifying heat that caused the surrounding air to distort as if there was an invisible mist rising. It felt as if Chen Zong's right palm was compressed into a blazing sun that was incomparably hot. Mixed iron refining hand. He slammed his palm forward and directly hit the blood prison dragon head. At the moment of collision, the terrifying heat and violent power directly shattered the blood prison dragon head. It turned into a shocking blood-red qi and rushed out in all directions. Immediately, the blood-red palm flew out and blasted toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly raised his arms to block. With a bang, he felt like his arms were broken. The terrifying heat kept invading his arms, burning his qi and blood. Retreat, retreat, retreat. There was no way to resist. Congratulations to Chen Zong for his 80 consecutive victories. A voice came from the 100 battle tower. In the spectator stands, everyone was stunned at first, then cheered. 80 consecutive victories. Chen Zong's 80 consecutive victories were very exciting. Everyone thought it was difficult to achieve. First, it was the fierce battle with Mo Senator. Everyone thought he couldn't win, but he still won in the end. However, it seemed like Chen Zong had exhausted his strength. According to the 100 Battle Tower's usual practice, they would definitely send someone to snipe him. Sure enough, the last battle was a sniper from the 100 Battle Tower, and their combat power was not weak. Especially that blood prison dragon breaking fist, which was even more shocking. Even so, Chen Zong still won. It felt like being thrown into the clouds, falling instantly and then being thrown up again. The feeling of rising and falling in an instant was too exhilarating. In the 100 Battle Tower, several pseudo-transcendents looked at each other. They had indeed arranged for someone to snipe Chen Zong, the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's combat power was not weak, especially the blood prison dragon breaking fist, which had peak 4-star combat power. If it was Chen Zong at his peak, it would not be enough. However, Chen Zong had just fought Mo Sen with his full strength, and his strength was nearly exhausted. I didn't expect this kid's body refinement cultivation to be so high. He also mastered a body refinement martial art more powerful than the blood prison dragon breaking fist. Unexpected, completely unexpected. Several pseudo-transcendents smiled bitterly. Now that Chen Zong had won 80 consecutive victories, today's battle was over. In the future, Chen Zong would continue to challenge others, but it would be difficult to find such an opportunity again. And with Chen Zong's combat power, it would not be difficult for him to win 90 consecutive victories. In fact, he might even have a chance to reach the most difficult 100 consecutive victories. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battle Tower had complicated thought. On one hand, they wanted to see 100 consecutive victories, but on the other hand, they did not want Chen Zong to win 100 consecutive victories. End of this chapter. Chapter 581. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the entire 100 Battles city, everyone was talking about today's 100 Battles arena. They were talking about the battle between Chen Zong and Mo Sen, and they were talking about Chen Zong's formidable and unexpected strength. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu Chen Zong had already returned to his residence and started to meditate. After recovering his strength, he changed into a new sword gown, tidied up his appearance, and sat cross-legged on his bed. Now that he had completely grasped the fusion of 50% of his physique and 50% of the great true power, he continued to cultivate the second transformation of his mind, and there was progress. Gradually, he began to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of the great true power. If he could successfully fuse the two, Chen Zong would be able to surpass the past in terms of strength. This was a kind of breakthrough. Time passed slowly, but the discussion about today's 100 Battles arena did not stop because of this. Instead, it became more and more intense, arousing the curiosity of many martial artists who came to 100 Battles City for the first time. They all made up their minds to wait until the day after tomorrow to see what kind of style it was. Chen Zong, the great sword of traversing? That's interesting. Let's go together the day after tomorrow. A few young men laughed, and each of them looked like they came from an extraordinary background. Don't have too much hope. Some rumors are just rumors, and after many people spread them, they lose their original flavor and become exaggerated. That's true. Haha, how can it be so easy to be ranked on the Minor Sky Ascension list? These people talked among themselves and immediately attracted many angry gazes, but when they saw the symbol on their robes, they immediately retracted their gazes and did not dare to look again. After a night of cultivation, Chen Zong finally managed to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of his Zongjing true power. The only thing he was lacking was mastering it. He needed to spend enough time to slowly sharpen it, or if there was a strong enough opponent to exert pressure, Chen Zong would be able to completely master it in a short period of time, just like before. The sky was slightly bright. Although he did not sleep for a night, Chen Zong did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, He was full of energy and his eyes flashed with light. 9 shadows 1 kill. 10,000 mammoth forest. Netherworld ultimate move. Netherworld storm. The first 3 were the ultimate moves of the Netherworld Luo Saber, while the Netherworld storm was a fake Lingwu. Chen Zong slowly sorted out his current shortcomings and flaws, and then made up for them. Pseudo-Lingwu can be divided into low, middle, and high grades. Both Star Touch and Dragon Sparrow Dance belong to low-grade Pseudo-Lingwu. I have to exert all my strength every time I use them, but their power is relatively average. That Nether Storm is not a low-grade Pseudo-Lingwu. Its power is probably at the middle grade. Chen Zong thought silently. The fake Lingwu was a trump card for genuine martial realm martial artists. It was like a killing move, and it would not be used easily. Once it was used, it would consume most of one's strength, or even all of one's strength. If one was unable to kill a strong opponent, one's strength would be greatly reduced, and one would fall into a life and death crisis. Relatively speaking, the ultimate moves of martial arts were more practical. Some of the ultimate moves of martial arts were even comparable to the low-grade Pseudo-Lingwu. Chen Zong's top priority was not to master more fake Lingwu, but to master the best ultimate move. Maybe I can create my own based on the Zongheng Sword Codex, Chen Zong thought to himself. The new Zongheng Sword Codex had been perfected in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, and it was the most suitable for him. In addition, he had been practicing and comprehending it continuously, and the more he mastered it, the purer it became. He had already understood all the mysteries. After that, he had honed himself time and time again, and had gone through many life and death battles. These were all accumulations, until today's battle with Mo Senator. After seeing Mo Sen's 3 ultimate moves, Chen Zong had a flash of inspiration. He felt that he could create his own ultimate move based on the Zongheng Sword Codex. Thinking of this, Chen Zong calmed his mind, cleared away all distracting thoughts, and started to comprehend. My master, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Since he was practicing the Zongheng Sword Codex, his ultimate move should be based on the Zongheng Sword Codex. Only in this way could he exert his power to the limit. Moreover, it would be easier for him to create his ultimate move. After all, there were traces to follow, and he could not create it out of thin air. For example, when building a house, the Zongheng Sword Codex was already a very solid foundation, and the ultimate move was like building a wall to build the structure of a house. Without a foundation, building a wall out of thin air would be easy to collapse with a little external force. All the mysteries of the Zongheng Sword Codex flowed through his mind like water. When he reached the end, he seemed to have a little inspiration. That was the starting point for Chen Zong to create his own ultimate move. In that case, what kind of unique skill should he create? Different ultimate moves, in addition to their power, would be presented in different ways. They often had different effects, and their power was also different. For example, the 3 ultimate moves of the ghastly underworld Luo Saber. The 9 shadows 1 kill condensed 8 phantoms, but they had the same power as the real body. They formed 9 phantoms with the real body and attacked the enemy from different angles. The all-encompassing forest was formed by endless dark clouds condensed by the saber light. Love Go Xiao Sei Ku, the Netherworld final kill, seemed to be able to summon the power of the Netherworld Devil to come and kill everything. Each of the 3 ultimate moves was stronger than the last. While thinking, Chen Zong gradually straightened out and understood what kind of ultimate move he should create. The ultimate move based on the Zongheng Sword Codex should not be just one move. It could be 2 or 3. Then, the first move should be the convergence of the essence of the Zongheng Sword Codex, a kind of strengthening of the Zongheng Sword Codex. The subsequent ultimate moves would continue to be extended. After the clarity, the inspiration in his mind seemed to have become brighter. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. However, Chen Zong still did not create any ultimate move. It was very difficult to create an ultimate move when you thought about it, but when you actually did it. However, Chunzong had long been mentally prepared. He could not rush it. He could only take it slow. First, he would find a clue, slowly create it, and then perfect it step by step until it was really completed. He did not know how much time it would take, but if he could create it, it would be of great significance. Soon, the day passed and the night fell. However, Chunzong was still immersed in meditation. Gradually, he found a clue. Chunzong did not sleep for the whole night. He was still meditating. At dawn, Chunzong woke up from his meditation. After adjusting his breath for a while, he was full of energy. He got up and walked out to the arena of 100 battles. Today, he would win 90 consecutive victories. As soon as he stepped into the arena of 100 battles, Chunzong found that the battle seats of the 10 Taoist temples were full of people. It looked a little crowded. There were many more people than the day before, which meant that the arena of 100 battles had received more spiritual shells. He's here. Chunzong is here. The sharp-eyed people exclaimed the moment Chunzong appeared. Suddenly, countless eyes fell on Chunzong. Admiration, awe, curiosity, and so on. Is that Chunzong? It should be. He doesn't look like anything special. There are no aura fluctuations. I can't see his cultivation. He must have some means to hide it. He's hiding his head but showing his tail. In the corner of the spectator stand, several young people were discussing wantonly. There was no one else around them. They were all driven away by force and kept a distance. Chunzong went to the waiting area as usual. Seeing Chunzong's arrival, the faces of the people in the waiting area changed greatly. Then they smiled bitterly. It was undoubtedly very stressful to compete with such a person on the same stage. They just hoped that they would not have to fight against Chunzong. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chunzong was leisurely. While waiting in the waiting area, he divided half of his attention to meditate on his own unique skill. Soon, it was Chunzong's turn to fight. In the repaired arena of 100 battles, Chunzong's opponent looked bitter. He had seen Chunzong's fight with his own eyes. Although he had some strength, he was too weak compared to Chunzong. I admit defeat. Without any hesitation, he immediately said and quickly left the arena of 100 battles. No one laughed at him. It was normal to admit defeat when facing a genius with superb combat strength like Chunzong. In the next round, the challenger did not appear because he directly admitted defeat in the waiting area. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Chunzong had admitted defeat 5 times in a row. He had won 5 times in a row without making a move. The 6th person did not admit defeat because he had a 3-star combat strength and had not seen Chunzong's fight with his own eyes. He only thought that the rumors were exaggerated. Chunzong, I'll defeat you. This person looked very confident. Chunzong smiled slightly and did not answer. I'll show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stabbed with his spear. The spear was like a flying star, extremely fast. Chunzong waved his sword to block. After the sword was blocked by Chunzong, the man immediately attacked with his spear again. Suddenly, the sky was filled with spear shadows with a little bit of cold light, like a group of bright stars, and attacked from all directions. He can't be defeated with one move? What's going on? Is Chunzong's opponent very strong? It doesn't seem like it. Although the aura fluctuations are not weak, compared to Mo-sen's, it's too weak. In the spectator stands, everyone was surprised when they saw that Chunzong did not defeat his opponent after attacking with his sword. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower also looked at each other. They could see that the man's combat strength was almost at the 3-star level, which was not bad among the many true martial realm cultivators. However, the gap between him and a 5-star was like the gap between heaven and earth. The combat strength Chunzong showed before was not as simple as an ordinary 5-star. No one understood what was going on, and Chen Zong would not explain it to them. Facing the sky full of spear shadows, Chen Zong stood still and waved his sword again and again. Every sword was straight and fast, shattering the spear shadows one after another. It felt like Chen Zong did not know any sword skills. Every sword move was so casual, like a child's doodling. What they did not know was that Chen Zong was trying to comprehend the unhindered sword scripture's unique move and was using this method to speed up his deduction. Is this the strength of someone who can be ranked on the minor heaven ascension list? The young men were stunned at first, but then they all sneered. Any disciple in the clan has sword skills 10 times better than his. What a disappointment. I thought I would be able to watch a good show. I've said it before. It's just a rumor that exaggerated the truth. These people talked among themselves, and their voices were very loud. Chen Zong could hear them clearly. He glanced over and saw the expressions of these young men, but he did not care. Instead, he continued to attack, using this method to speed up his deduction of his unique move. Chen Zong's opponent also felt that it was exaggerated. In fact, he might be able to defeat his opponent. Thinking about it, a person who had won 80 consecutive matches was defeated by him. What kind of glory was that? He almost laughed out loud. His long spear shook, and like a roaring dragon, it fiercely blasted towards Chen Zong. He wanted to defeat Chen Zong with one strike, but Chen Zong swung his sword and blocked the spear. End of chapter. Chapter 582. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tonight, the Dominator of 6 realms will undergo the wind tribulation for the 2nd time. Fellow cultivators, please give me your monthly ticket. Tiger leaps over 1,000 mountains. Tiger stomps over 10,000 forests. Tiger taming spear style. Move after move of tyrannical power was unleashed. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring, unleashing all its demonic might as it mercilessly blasted towards Chen Zong. Especially the last move, it was the culmination of all its might and was shockingly powerful. However, Chen Zong still waved his sword and blocked them one by one. He was not defeated at all. When the last sword swept out, the sword force was continuous and sent his opponent flying. He won another match. Then, Chen Zong won one match after another. His opponents were so weak that they could not even block his casual sword, let alone help him comprehend his unique skill. 90 consecutive wins. 90 consecutive wins. Amazing! He should be challenging for a 100 consecutive wins. 100 consecutive wins. It hasn't happened for a long time. Finally, someone is going to challenge for a 100 consecutive wins. 90 consecutive victories just like that. Isn't it a little too easy? The few young men were stunned. Soon after, they laughed. Looks like I'll come and play some other day. It's not a bad idea to get a 100 consecutive wins and leave a statue here for people to admire. One of the young men laughed as if the challenge of the 100 battles arena was very easy and he could get as many consecutive wins as he wanted. I think it's okay. Why don't you come the day after tomorrow? You can fight Chen Zong and end his winning streak. Okay, let's do that. In a few words, the young men made a decision. After winning 90 consecutive wins, Chen Zong got up and left the 100 battles arena. He did not have the leisure to wander around. He went straight back to his residence and continued to practice his unique skill. With Chen Zong's hard work, his unique skill became clearer little by little, but it was still a long way to go. The outside of the house was brightly lit. People were talking about the 100 battles arena. The name Chen Zong was constantly mentioned, as if it was hanging on the lips of everyone. The young men were having their meal in the restaurant. From time to time, they would hear the words Zhangjing Jian or Chen Zong. The more they heard, the more annoyed they became, and they couldn't help but become violent. Shut up! The young man with long and narrow eyes shouted coldly. His body exuded a shockingly cold and sharp aura. It was like an invisible sword chi piercing through the air, causing the others in the restaurant to tremble. Chernzong, Chernzong, Chernzong. Who does he think he is? Why do you idiots keep talking about him? I will kill whoever dares to mention this name. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent filled the air. It was as if the entire restaurant was about to be crushed. None of them dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to move for fear of being killed. Enough, what's the point of bickering with a bunch of ants? The leader of the young men spoke up, his tone filled with arrogance and indifference, making those who heard him feel very uncomfortable. Humph! The young man sat down, his expression cold. As the murderous intent dissipated, the people in the restaurant didn't even dare to move. It was only after a long time that some of them stood up and left, trembling with fear. Not long after, only a few people remained in the restaurant. These people were all pseudo-transcendents, so naturally they weren't afraid of a few true martial realm cultivators. On the contrary, they were quite disdainful. However, that Chernzong had nothing to do with them, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in his business. Chernzong didn't know about these things and was still immersed in his comprehension. The night passed, and when the sun rose, a new day had arrived. Today was the pseudo-transcendent stage true martial arena, so Chernzong didn't plan on watching. Walking out of his residence, Chernzong nodded. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Zong strolled into the streets of Hundred Battles City, seemingly aimlessly walking along the wide street, his mind still focused on comprehending the unique skills of the unhindered sword tome. As he walked, Chernzong relied on the portion of his consciousness he had left outside to step into a restaurant and sit down by the window. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The restaurant waiter trotted over and wiped the table again while asking with a smile. "Give me a few signature dishes and a jar of wine." Chernzong responded casually. His main focus was on comprehending the unique skills, regardless of whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. "Okay, please have some tea first." The waiter skillfully served Chernzong hot tea. Not long after, 4 young men also stepped into the restaurant, their eyes sweeping over and landing on Chernzong. "Ai go Shaosei W Chu, it's him. Let's go." With that, one of them walked in front of Chernzong and put his hands on the edge of the table, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold, as if he wanted to see through Chernzong. "Chernzong, don't be too arrogant." Chernzong was slightly stunned when he heard these words. Too arrogant? He had never acted in a flamboyant manner, so how could he be arrogant? "Does it feel good to have your name repeatedly mentioned by everyone? Do you think that you're high and mighty and invincible?" The young man's eyes were cold and sharp like a sword, his words aggressive and sarcastic. "Remember my words, you are nothing. Tomorrow you will know." After saying that, the young man got up and walked back to his original place. Chernzong's expression returned to calm, and he didn't refute the other party because he was too lazy. There was no benefit in this kind of verbal battle, so it was better to divide his attention to comprehend his unique skills. Chernzong didn't respond, which made the young man very unhappy, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. He would wait until tomorrow's 100 Battles arena to teach him a lesson. After a delicious meal, Chernzong left the restaurant and returned to his residence along the street to continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, Chernzong didn't have the slightest clue about the 10th layer, which symbolized the peak of the true martial realm. For a while, he didn't know how to break through, so he could only take it slow. In fact, after a normal cultivator reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, they could begin accumulating their true chi in preparation for breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. There was only one way to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, and that was to open an aperture. After opening an aperture, one's true qi would undergo a transformation and become even more powerful. It was something between true qi and spirit energy at the transcendent realm, a kind of pseudo-spirit energy. Although it was inferior to real spirit energy, it was still many times stronger than true qi. It was very difficult for an ordinary cultivator to open an aperture. This was also the reason why many cultivators who reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm would be stuck at a bottleneck for decades or even longer, unable to break through. As for Chunzong, that was not the case. He could clearly feel that as long as he wanted to, he could transform his tyrannical true qi into a more powerful pseudo-spirit qi. When he stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength would soar. This was because Chunzong had opened 2 apertures when he was in the true qi refining realm: the Heaven's Peak aperture and the Earth Abyss aperture. For example, Chunzong had a door in front of him, and Chunzong had the key to open the door. As long as he wanted to, he could directly open the door and walk into a wider world. However, Chunzong didn't want to. The 10th layer of the true martial realm was his next goal. Moreover, he needed to first cultivate the second transformation of the heart change form, and it would be best if he could cultivate the third transformation of the heart change form before breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. After all, pseudo-spirit qi was many times stronger than true qi, and if he wanted to integrate it with his other true qi, the difficulty would be greatly increased. But if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he first integrated his true martial realm, then after he broke through, he wouldn't need to integrate his true qi again. Based on these 2 points, no matter what, Chunzong couldn't break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm now. So, if he wanted to enhance his combat strength, he could only cultivate the heart change form and create his own unique skills. As night fell, Chunzong was still cultivating. As the sky brightened, Chunzong woke up from his cultivation, got up, and walked in the direction of the 100 battlefield. When Chunzong arrived at the 100 battlefield, the spectator stands were already full of people, even more crowded than last time. Because today was Chunzong's challenge to win 100 consecutive victories, it was of great significance and couldn't be missed. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there were also many pseudo-transcendent realm masters who were full of interest. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to win 100 consecutive victories. After all, the 100 battlefield wouldn't allow others to win 100 consecutive victories and would instead try to stop them. Holding the number wooden plate, Chunzong walked up to the waiting area. In the waiting area, Chunzong felt 5 fierce and tyrannical gazes fall on him, almost as if they were real. The owners of these gazes weren't young, at least 40 years old. Chunzong suddenly had a feeling that these people might be his opponents today. It seemed that they were all masters cultivated by the 100 battlefield, each one of them not weak in combat strength. In addition to these 5 people, there were also others in the waiting area who were going to participate in the challenge. After all, if they didn't fight against Chunzong, they might also be able to win a few consecutive victories. After a while, a young man walked up, his whole body exuding a sharp aura, like an invisible sword qi. The young man's sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fell on Chunzong, a cold sneer appearing on his face. I wonder if Chunzong can win 100 consecutive victories? He should be able to, his strength is so strong. I think it's a little difficult. The 100 battlefield won't let him win 100 consecutive victories. You know, the 100 battlefield has cultivated many masters, each of them is not weak. Yes. Today there will definitely be several exciting battles. I hope Chunzong can win 100 consecutive victories. Amidst countless discussions, today's challenges in the 100 battles arena began. The first one to enter the arena was not Chunzong, because Chunzong was not the first one to arrive. Chunzong stared at the battles in the 100 battles arena, but most of his mind was actually focused on the comprehension of his unique skill. The outcome of the battles in the 100 Battles arena was soon decided. Then, another person rushed into the 100 Battles arena and continued to fight. One battle after another, Chen Zong's name was soon called. The voice was unusually loud, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. There might be a chance for 100 consecutive victories. How could he not be excited? I know I'm no match for you, but I won't admit defeat, Chen Zong's opponent said seriously, as if he wanted to release a monstrous fire with the weak candlelight. Although it was an extravagant hope, Chen Zong still let him use his full strength, and then defeated him with one sword strike. If they were too weak, they wouldn't be of any use in tempering themselves. When the voice rang out and the next opponent was about to leave the waiting area, the young man suddenly stood up and pressed down on the man's shoulder. "Give me the wooden token," the young man said calmly, with a hint of coldness in his voice. The man was about to get angry, but he found that he could not move. A terrifying aura enveloped him, as if an invisible sword had pierced through his body. In horror, he quickly handed over his wooden token. The young man took the wooden token, a cold smile on his lips, and stepped out. End of chapter. Chapter 583. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many people were stunned when they saw what happened at the waiting area. I knew he would do that. I knew it. There were 3 young men sitting together in the spectator area. 2 of them laughed and the other one smiled. In theory, this was not considered breaking the rules of the 100 battlefield. After all, that person had to hand over the wooden plate after being pressured. If he refused to hand over the wooden plate, the people of the 100 battlefield would intervene. However, the 100 battlefield would not care about what happened afterward. Chen Zong was a little surprised when he saw the young man who appeared in front of him like a sword beam piercing through the air with a shocking sharpness. Are you surprised? The young man smiled, but his face was cold. I already told you not to be too arrogant. Do you know that your name is very loathsome? Every time I hear it, I feel like vomiting. Are your parents sick in the head to give you such a name? Chen Zong didn't care about the first part of the sentence, but the last part made Chen Zong's eyes narrow and a trace of coldness spread out. His mother passed away after he was born. He had never enjoyed his mother's love. Deep in his heart, he longed for it. However, as time passed, his longing seemed to fade. In fact, it was hidden even deeper. His father brought him up single-handedly and tried his best to create the best conditions for him to grow up. Chen Zong's parents were the closest people to him. Now that he was far away from his father, he would occasionally miss them. He would not allow others to belittle them. Are you angry? The young man felt a wave of coldness and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. His eyes narrowed and his power surged. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is it because I mentioned your stupid parents? What a filial son." When he was about to continue speaking, a sword light seemed to fly from the sky with amazing sharpness. It tore the sky, leaving a straight cut. It was cold. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. He brandished his long sword, and the sword light flashed like a gust of wind, aiming at Chen Zong. The sword light was shattered, and the young man appeared in front of Chen Zong. He used his sword art, and countless sword lights swept out like a storm. With amazing power, they strangled everything and covered Chen Zong. Chen Zong's sword trembled, and his sword energy surged, shattering all of his opponent's sword light. You have some strength. Not bad. The 3 youths in the spectator stand were discussing. They had never seen how powerful Chen Zong was, so they thought that hearsay was exaggerated. Therefore, they never thought that Chen Zong could defeat their clan brother. Residual wind. With a low shout, the young man waved his sword. A green light condensed on the blade of the sword, and it was incomparably sharp. Looking at it, one would feel as if one's eyes would go blind. With a swing of the sword, the green sword light was like a broken wind. A long arc of sword light was directly drawn on the brand new 100 Battles arena. It was extremely sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't cut. Chen Zong felt a slight chill, as if he was being torn apart. His bones, muscles, and even his organs felt an amazing sharpness. Sure enough, he's from the Xian family. Inside the 100 Battles Tower, one of the pseudo-transcendent's eyes flashed as he secretly nodded. As a sword family, the Xian family's Divine Wind sword art is indeed extraordinary. Residual Wind was one of the ultimate moves of the Divine Wind sword art. In an instant, it was as if it wanted to cut Chen Zong in half. The power of this sword had completely reached the peak of 4-star. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. His long sword pierced through the air, and he used the 40th form of the unhindered sword art, Unhindered Disdain. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, it became even more terrifying. With a single slash, Chen Zong's sword chi continued towards his opponent. If it were any other time, Chen Zong might have suppressed the majority of his strength and slowly fought with this person, using him to hone himself and display his ultimate move. However, the other party had belittled his parents, which angered Chen Zong. With a single slash, he shattered the waning moon sword art and continued to slash at his opponent's body. The terrifying sword chi instantly broke through the other party's true chi protection, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly activated the power of his second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact, but it was also cut open by Chen Zong's sword. With a cracking sound, even the tough second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact was cut open by Chen Zong's sword. However, Chen Zong's sword chi was endless. It broke open the young man's chest, cut into his body, and wreaked havoc. The young man's body flew out of the 100 Battles arena. His bones, muscles, and internal organs were all destroyed by the sword chi. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of them were destroyed. He fell outside the 100 Battles arena, vomiting blood nonstop, unable to get up. The new sword chi formed from the combination of physique power and unhindered true chi had an even more shocking power. Because of the physique power, the damage to the body was also very shocking. Big Brother Yuan. The three young men's expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed as they rushed down from the spectator seats and quickly helped the young man up. The young man's face was as white as gold paper. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth and could not be stopped. His breath was like a candle in the wind, dying. The young man in the lead frowned. After a quick check, his eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Zong. The murderous intent in his eyes was so dense that it could not be dispersed. The murderous intent spread out and seemed to have traces of blood rolling, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill in their hearts. Let him take this. The young man took out a pill and gave it to the other two young men, then put it into the injured young man's mouth. With a flash, the young man in the lead landed on the 100 Battles arena. His murderous intent soared to the sky, causing the surrounding air to distort. You actually used such a vicious method in a challenge. Even if you died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. The young man in the lead had a murderous look on his face. His voice was like a cold wind blowing from the underworld. His face became even more ferocious and ruthless. I will put you to death by 1,000 cuts. As his voice fell, gusts of wind blew in the air. Each of the gusts of wind carried an astonishing sharpness and murderous intent. They swept around the young man's body like an angry dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. Clang! The sharp sound made people's scalps tingle. A bright light flashed by. A sword was in his hand. The sharpness of the sword made people feel like their eyes were being cut open. Stop! A loud shout sounded. A powerful aura came down and directly annihilated the murderous aura storm around the young man. No one can break the rules of my 100 Battles arena. If you want to fight, then follow the rules of my 100 Battles arena. A pseudo-transcendent realm master appeared on the 100 Battles arena and stared at the young man with an oppressive gaze. You should know that I come from the Exian family. The young man glared at the pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 100 Battles arena and said in a threatening tone, "It doesn't matter if you come from Sacred Martial Palace." The pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 100 Battles arena sneered. "You want to use the Exian family to oppress me? What a joke. The 100 Battles arena is the property of the Lord of 100 Battles City, and the strength of 100 Battles City is not inferior to the Exian family." "Good, very good." The young man's murderous intent fell on Chen Zong's face. "You'd best stay in 100 Battles City for the rest of your life, otherwise I'll put you to death by 1,000 cuts." Saying so, he sheathed his sword and his figure flashed outside the 100 Battles arena. After examining the injured young man again, he found that after taking some pills, the young man's condition had improved. However, his injuries were still very serious and he needed to leave quickly. Good, the challenge continues. After the pseudo-transcendent realm master finished speaking, he returned to 100 Battles Tower. First, you crippled the core of Sacred Martial Palace. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. This disciple seriously injured a Exian family disciple. This Chen Zong is going against the heavens. After watching the battle for so many days, this is the first time I've seen him so angry. Insulting one's parents is wrong. Amidst all kinds of discussion, the challenge continued. Although Chen Zong did not kill his opponent on the spot, it was not much different from killing him. The terrifying sword energy directly destroyed his opponent's bones, muscles, and internal organs. Now, he was just barely hanging on. If he did not have any spirit medicines, he would not live for long and would instead die in pain. This was even more ruthless than killing him directly. This was the price for insulting his parent. Reaching out, the young man's sword that fell on the stage flew into Chen Zong's left hand. Dual swords? Why is he using dual swords? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Another person went up and was defeated in a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong won 5 consecutive victories. The new challenger came up to the stage. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was short, dark-skinned, and his fingers were long and slender. This middle-aged man was one of the warriors trained by the 100-year battlefield. He was specially trained to snipe challengers who had a winning streak. This man's hands were empty, but there were many finger-thick throwing knives on his belt. There were a total of 30 of them. He was about 100 meters away from Chen Zong. Although he was short, his legs were very light. He quickly moved around with great agility. No one knew when, but he held a throwing knife in each of his hands. The throwing knives were shining with cold light and extremely sharp. With a shake of his arms, 2 cold lights shot through the air with a swishing sound. The flying daggers were extremely fast. Just as the short middle-aged man waved his arm, they had already crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of Chen Zong. One from the left and one from the right, they shot towards Chen Zong's left and right shoulders. The throwing knives were fast, but Chen Zong's reaction was faster. He held his 2 swords horizontally and blocked the 2 throwing knives. However, there were 4 more cold knife lights that shot through the air from 4 different angles, but Chen Zong still blocked them easily with his sword. Kill! With a roar, the short middle-aged man suddenly jumped high. He held a throwing knife between his right index and middle fingers and raised it. His true power surged. He shook his arm and the throwing knife turned into a cold light that shot through the air. The cold light suddenly exploded halfway and turned into dozens of even finer cold light. With amazing sharpness, they turned the air in front of them into a sieve. Each of them carried amazing power. The throwing knives were shattered by the short middle-aged man's tyrannical power. They turned into dozens of pieces, each piece equal to a throwing knife. With continuous clanking sounds, The dozens of flying knife fragments were all blocked by Chen Zong's two swords. They were not broken at all. Swish. Swish. What kind of technique is this? Amazing throwing knife consummate skill. Everyone in the audience was surprised. It was very rare to see someone who could practice throwing knives to such an extent. It was well known that the martial arts of concealed weapons were relatively rare, and the profound ones were even rarer. The power of concealed weapons was also relatively ordinary. Therefore, the martial artists who chose to practice concealed weapons were also relatively few. Most of them were not very strong, but the ability displayed by this short middle-aged man was quite astonishing. End of chapter. Chapter 584. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The long snake flying dagger was fast and nimble. It quickly swam in the air and surrounded Chen Zong. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it launched a surprise attack as fast as lightning. With both swords in his hands, he was firm and unbreakable. He blocked all the attacks. The path of the swords was clear and simple. There were only a few of them coming and going. There was not a bit of unfathomable feeling. The short man used all his strength to launch the flying daggers. His goal was not to defeat Chen Zong, because Chen Zong's battle power was very strong. His main mission was to exhaust Chen Zong's strength as much as possible. Little did he know, Chen Zong was actually using his opponent to perform his own ultimate move. The short middle-aged man used all his strength to launch the last of his flying daggers. Every flying dagger was as fast as lightning. With both swords, all the flying daggers were split apart. Immediately, the dazzling cross-shaped sword light pierced through tens of meters and directly imprinted on the short middle-aged man's body. It broke through his protective true power. The sword energy was violent, overbearing, and endless. It slashed the short middle-aged man out of the arena. 6 consecutive victories. This was also the so-called 96 consecutive victories. Immediately, the next opponent landed on the 100 battles arena. It was an old man with a hunchback. He held a bronze tiger head cane. The tiger head cane was a strange weapon. Very few people knew how to use it because it was not easy to cultivate. However, it was very powerful and not easy to deal with. The old man walked step by step towards Chen Zong. His footsteps were getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 100 meters. His slightly hunchback body seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, he fiercely smashed out with his cane. Wind and thunder surged, and it was like a fierce tiger's roar. Another 4-star battle power expert. Chen Zong blocked with one sword and counterattacked with one sword. His sword technique was very ordinary. The tiger head cane turned. The sharp end pierced through the air like a sharp sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. The bronze tiger head cane in the hunchbacked old man's hand was being played with by him with great vigor and vigor. The air surged, the strong true power roared, like 100 tigers roaring. The momentum was astonishing. The old man's purpose was the same as the short middle-aged man's. He didn't want to defeat Chen Zong, but wanted to exhaust Chen Zong's strength as much as possible so that the snipers behind him could take advantage of the situation. Chen Zong, on the other hand, also used the old man to perform his unique skill. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was still ordinary and mediocre. He only swung a few swords back and forth, slashing vertically and horizontally, but every single one of his swords blocked all of the old man's attacks and repelled the old man time and time again. 100 tigers wreak havoc. A vigorous voice rang out, and the ancient bronze tiger head cane blossomed with a simple and profound luster. The tiger head seemed to have come alive, and it let out a mighty roar that shook the forest. Phantoms of tiger heads rushed out one after another. There were more than 100 of them, and they all rushed towards Chen Zong from all directions. The old man's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. This move had exhausted all of his strength. He stared at Chunzong, who was surrounded by more than 100 tiger heads, hoping that this move could cause some damage to Chunzong and weaken Chunzong's strength as much as possible. More than 100 tiger heads were indeed ferocious. They rushed from all directions, and each tiger head carried an astonishing power. Chunzong's face was calm. With 2 swords in his hands, the sword energy flowed continuously. The 2 swords slashed out dazzling cross-shaped sword light, smashing more than 100 tiger heads. After a series of explosions, the smoke dissipated. The old man's face turned paler, and then he smiled bitterly. Before Chunzong could attack, he took the initiative to admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. He had exhausted all of his strength. 97 consecutive victories. 3 more opponents left, and he would get one. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. 100 consecutive victories. Everyone was getting more and more excited. A new opponent appeared in the 100 battles arena. It was a woman in a rose-red gown. Although she looked a little old, and there were traces of age at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. She must have been a beautiful woman when she was young. The woman smiled slightly, and a cold light shone in her hand. It was a soft sword. It was more difficult to practice a soft sword than a normal sword, but it was often more difficult to resist once it was mastered. "Little brother, I know I'm no match for you. Please show mercy," the woman said with a smile. "Please." Chunzong smiled slightly. As the woman chuckled, her rose-red gown trembled slightly. It was like a blooming flower or a red cloud drifting over. The soft sword slashed through the air, creating ripple-like luster. Layer after layer, there was no beginning and no end. The woman was like a flower, and the sword was like water. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. The combat strength displayed by the woman was at most at the peak of the 4-star level, which was nothing. However, her swordsmanship was interesting. Chunzong had never seen it before, so he stared at it carefully, adding bricks and tiles to the foundation of his swordsmanship. The 2 swords went back and forth, and all the attacks were blocked by Chunzong. They couldn't hurt Chunzong at all. The woman was very helpless. She had already used all her strength. The soft sword was like a flying snake. When it was sharp, it could cut gold and break jade. When it was flexible, it could twist and turn thousands of times. When it was continuous, it could flow like water. However, it couldn't hurt Chunzong at all. The 2 swords were like a natural moat, completely blocking all the attacks. However, the woman's purpose was not to defeat Chunzong, but to exhaust Chunzong's strength as much as possible. Therefore, she displayed her swordsmanship to the extreme, and repeatedly used strange moves without caring about her own consumption. However, Chunzong seemed to be bottomless. Until now, no one knew how much strength he had consumed. Chunzong had almost grasped the essence of his opponent's soft swordsmanship. His 2 swords were also sharpened to a certain extent. The cross-shaped sword light flashed out, and the sword force quickly repelled the woman directly. The sword force was not only fierce, violent, and domineering, but also contained an amazing sharpness. The woman tried her best to resist, but she couldn't stop herself from retreating. When she was out of the 100 battles arena, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. When fighting with Chunzong, it really felt like everything was out of control. Instead, everything was going according to the opponent's will. The fact was indeed so. Under the pressure of Chunzong's 2 swords, she had to use all her strength. In the end, she was defeated without any luck. 98 consecutive victories. There were only 2 more matches left to achieve 100 consecutive victories, and the opponents in these 2 matches were often the strongest. The opponent in the 99th match was a bald man. He didn't wear any clothes on his upper body. His muscles looked like they were made of steel, full of violent strength. The weapon he used was also very interesting. It was an oval shield that was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. The front of the shield was covered with sharp awls, which looked very ferocious. This person placed his shield in front of him, firmly defending himself. After that, he shifted his center of gravity downwards and closed in on Chunzong step by step. He was like an elite on the battlefield setting up a battle formation. An astonishing aura emanated from him, spreading out. When he ran quickly, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging together, causing the entire arena to tremble. Advancing, continuously advancing forward, as if he wanted to use this method to force Chen Zong out of the arena. Chen Zong swung his sword. The cross-shaped sword light slashed on the shield, but was completely blocked. The bald man's body only paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward. When he was 10 meters away from Chen Zong, suddenly, the bald man's true power swept out and covered the two shields, and the two shields overlapped in an instant. In the roar, his whole body was wrapped in a tyrannical strength, like a fierce meteorite. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He blasted towards Chen Zong. The momentum was amazing, like a meteorite falling, destroying everything. Chen Zong had no intention of dodging. Instead, he crossed his two swords in front of him, blocking the attack head-on. The terrible impact shattered the arena. When the two swords collided with Chen Zong's, an amazing sound resounded through the sky. The arena under his feet was completely shattered, and his feet collapsed. The bald man's face was fierce. He tried his best to attack and suppress Chen Zong, but Chen Zong's two swords did not move at all. Maybe the bald man's strength was not bad, and his battle strength was strong enough to fight against an early 5-star, but compared to Chen Zong, there was still a big gap. The two swords trembled slightly, and the sword energy surged. The violent and tyrannical power rushed out, and suddenly the bald man leaned back. The power was endless, like a tide, wave after wave, endless impact, but the power of each wave was so terrifying. Unable to resist, the bald man's face was full of shock. He could not stop his feet from retreating, and every step he took would crush a piece of the arena's stone floor. He retreated all the way back to the edge of the 100 Battles arena. Even though he tried his best to stop his footsteps, the continuous momentum of the sword energy was completely unexpected. He was unable to resist it, and when he took the last step back, he fell off the arena. What a terrifying power! One by one, they stared at the broken path on the 100 Battles arena that was created by the 2 feet. It was at least a few hundred meters long, and they were all shocked. 99 wins in a row. There's only one match left. Chen Zong is going to get 100 wins in a row. In the spectator seats, everyone was getting more and more excited. The last match was coming, and the decisive moment was coming. In the waiting area, Chen Zong's last opponent also stood up. He took a step forward and appeared in the 100 Battles arena as if he had teleported. He was holding a long saber in his hand. This person looked ordinary, and it was difficult to recognize him in the crowd. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and there were crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. However, his eyes were deep and calm like a deep pool. "Defeat me, and you will get 100 wins in a row," the middle-aged man said to Chen Zong slowly, with one hand behind his back and the other holding the saber. Then he took a step forward, as if he was leisurely strolling in his own backyard and admiring the blooming flowers. He walked slowly step by step toward Chen Zong. It felt like he was not here to fight, but to chat with Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could clearly feel it. As the middle-aged man leisurely walked over step by step, there seemed to be a faint aura quietly condensing on his body. It was very subtle, almost undetectable. If Chen Zong's perception did not surpass that of other cultivators, he would not have been able to detect it. The momentum was very subtle, but it constantly diffused and scattered around the middle-aged man. Chen Zong had a feeling that when the middle-aged man walked to a certain distance, the scattered momentum would gather in an instant. At that time, it would release a destructive blow like a volcanic eruption. Aware of this, Chunzong's expression did not change. He did not attack, but let the opponent accumulate momentum. Chunzong wanted to achieve 100 wins in a row, but he also wanted to fight a strong opponent. The stronger this middle-aged man was, the happier Chunzong was. Of course, it was impossible for the other party to be a pseudo-transcendent, otherwise, it would be a slap to his face. It was also impossible for him to have a 6-star combat strength. It was no longer something that could be achieved through time, but rather through talent. As for those who possessed 6-star strength, they would often reach the pseudo-transcendent realm by the time they reached 40 or 50 years old. End of chapter. Chapter 585. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ta ta ta. As the middle-aged man gradually approached Chunzong, the sound of his footsteps gradually turned from light to heavy, like the rhythmic beat of a drum. It could not help but disturb one's heartbeat, and then control it. There was an indescribable pressure. Love go little say, Chu. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's footsteps accelerated and became faster. His body swept forward like a gust of wind. His long saber hummed and a layer of purple saber light spread out like dancing electric arcs. In just an instant, the middle-aged man approached Chunzong like a bolt of lightning. His scattered aura gathered in an instant, and with a thunderous boom, the purple electric arcs swallowed up the long saber, exuding a terrible aura of destruction. Purple thunder annihilation. The violent roar turned into a shock wave, directly penetrating Chunzong's ears, shaking Chunzong's spiritual will and making him dizzy, making it difficult for him to resist the power of the purple thunder annihilation saber. However, Chunzong's spiritual will was incomparably strong. Even a pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength could not compare to it. He was completely unaffected and stared at his opponent. The saber slashed down, like a thick purple thunderbolt smashing through the sky. The air under the saber was completely repelled, forming a vacuum. The air swirled back and formed a storm. The wind and thunder roared. The saber seemed to be able to split mountains and tear the earth apart, destroying everything. So scary. It's fine if he doesn't use it, but when he does, it's so violent. It's too sudden. The faces of many people in the spectator stands changed greatly. The main reason was that the middle-aged man was too leisurely at the beginning. There were no signs of him making a move at all, but he suddenly erupted with such power that it was impossible to guard against. Moreover, the power was so tyrannical that if an opponent with similar or slightly stronger combat strength was not prepared, they might suffer a loss. The power of this saber had reached the mid-5-star level. It was very strong. However, Chunzong was prepared and everything was under his control. Facing the horrifying purple thunderbolt, Chunzong drew his sword fearlessly. The silver cross-shaped sword light pierced through the air, sharp, domineering, and extremely violent. The moment the cross-shaped sword light collided with the thunderbolt, it was directly shattered, as if there was a huge gap between them. Chunzong's expression was calm as usual. He struck out with his 2 swords again, and another cross-shaped sword light broke through the sky. One silver cross-shaped sword light after another was unleashed by Chunzong, but they were all destroyed by the violent power of the purple lightning. However, each silver cross-shaped sword light seemed to become more condensed, slowly increasing in power. In the end, they were able to destroy the power of the purple lightning and counterattack. Love go little say, the middle-aged man's combat strength was only at the mid-stage of 5-star. Compared to Chunzong, his combat strength was not high and could be easily defeated. However, Chunzong was using the middle-aged man to perform his ultimate move, so the silver sword light he displayed was not his full strength. After a fierce battle, Chernzong felt that the middle-aged man's help had reached its limit, so he attacked, shattering the middle-aged man's saber with one strike and sending him flying out of the 100 battles arena with the other. The moment the middle-aged man's figure flew out of the 100 battles arena, the surroundings quieted down and fell into a strange silence, like the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers rang out. 100-win streak! 100-win streak! Chernzong has won a 100-win streak! After a few years, someone has won a 100-win streak again. In the spectator stands, almost everyone stood up and roared wildly, unable to contain their excitement. In the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents had complicated expressions. They were excited and happy, but also helpless. All their attacks were ineffective. There was nothing they could do. Chernzong's actual combat strength should be at the peak of 5-star. That kind of combat strength was not available in the current 100 Battles arena. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Congratulations on winning a 100-win streak. On the top floor of the 100 Battles Tower, one of the pseudo-transcendents said to Chernzong with a smile, his face full of congratulations. Later, we will build a statue for you and erect it at the edge of the 100 Battles arena, but where did little friend come from? It will be convenient for us to carve words under the statue, another pseudo-transcendent asked. Just carve my name on the words on the statue. Chernzong thought for a moment. He wanted to tell them about his origin and the unhindered sword sect, but on second thought, he did not know if he would provoke people from other great forces in the future. If they failed to deal with him, they would target the unhindered sword sect instead. He might as well keep it a secret. Is that so? Then as you wish. The pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower were slightly taken aback, but they did not insist. Then, little friend, do you want to come with us to choose a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact now, or do you want to wait until later? Now, Chernzong replied without hesitation. One of his goals in participating in the 100 Battles arena was to obtain a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. Please. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was still stored in the 100 Battles Tower, but it was not on the top floor, but underground. After all, a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was very valuable. In addition to presiding over the 100 Battles arena, these pseudo-transcendents were also responsible for guarding the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Chernzong went dozens of meters underground and opened the heavy bronze door. It was pitch black inside, and as the light lit up, Chernzong could clearly see what was inside. He was shocked. There were actually more than 20 types of level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons here. A third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was worth at least 10 low-rank spirit sources, so the total value of the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts here was at least 300 low-rank spirit sources. This was enough to buy a low-rank spirit artifact. Chernzong glanced over and took in all the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. There were 3 swords, 2 sabers, a long spear, a long staff, a water splitter, 2 gloves, a bracelet, a pair of arm guards, 2 pairs of shoes that looked different, a resplendent belt, 2 pieces of inner armor, and a pair of black and red claws. Different types of pseudo-spirit artifacts often had different values. I now have the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earth-Een Sword, so I don't need a sword, not to mention the 3 swords here are all separate, Chernzong thought. As for the third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner armor, I also bought one from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Then, what I need is speed. Chernzong's gaze fell on the 2 pairs of shoes, then immediately shifted, it was a longbow, and the body of the bow was like 2 snakes entwined together. The scales were lifelike, and 2 snake heads appeared at the 2 ends of the longbow. The snake's mouth was open, revealing sharp venomous fangs, and the bowstring was as black as ink, suffused with a trace of blood-red light. Next to the longbow was an arrow. The arrow was straight, and the shaft was covered with countless snake scale patterns. The arrowhead was incomparably sharp and amazing. Chernzong himself had mastered excellent archery, so if he had a suitable bow and arrow, he could display amazing power. However, he could only choose one third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. Can I use a low-rank spirit source to buy other third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts? Chunzong thought and asked. Suddenly, the pseudo-transcendents looked at each other. This was the first time they had encountered a situation where they had to use a low-rank spirit source to buy a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. However, they still shook their heads. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts here are only used as rewards and are not for sale. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In fact, these third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts were all brought by the City Lord of 100 Battles. As a Transcendent Realm Master, if he needed to sell them in exchange for a spirit source, he would not have brought them here as rewards. Chunzong felt regretful, but there was no other way. So, what should he choose? After thinking about it, Chunzong finally chose the longbow and arrow. This snake-devouring bow and this snake-devouring arrow are one. Not only can they enhance each other's power, but after shooting the snake-devouring arrow, you can also use the power of the snake-devouring bow to summon it back, but the distance cannot exceed 10,000 meters. The pseudo-transcendents took out the longbow and arrow and handed them to Chunzong, while explaining. Many thanks. Chunzong received the snake-devouring bow and snake-devouring arrow with a smile and put them into his mustard seed bag. Good, since little friend has chosen a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, please follow us to the pill room to choose a heaven-grade top-rank pill. Pills were divided into different grades. Heaven-grade pills corresponded to the true martial realm. Heaven-grade top-rank pills were extremely high-grade and had extraordinary value. Even some pseudo-transcendents with 7-star strength would be tempted. As the pseudo-transcendents stepped into the pill room, each of them placed a pill with a name and a simple description of the pill's effect. There were many types of pills, but they could generally be divided into auxiliary cultivation, restorative strength, healing injuries, temporary enhancement, life-sustaining, and so on. Chunzong looked around. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, the 10th layer of the true martial realm was not something he could reach by relying on auxiliary cultivation pills. Even if he could, it was not something a heaven-grade pill could achieve. As for restorative strength pills, Chunzong still had the true returning pill, which was enough. As for healing injuries, the effect might not be as good as the 1,000-year tree heart's vitality, so only temporary enhancement and life-sustaining pills were left. Chunzong did not hesitate and quickly made his choice. A pill that could temporarily enhance his strength. The 1,000-yuan body explosion pill. This heaven-grade top-rank pill was suitable for cultivators below the pseudo-transcendent realm and could increase their combat strength by 30% for a quarter of an hour. Of course, cultivators who were not strong enough could not take it, otherwise they would not be able to bear the power contained in the 1,000-yuan body explosion pill. In light cases their body would be damaged, and in heavy cases they would explode and die. Usually, Chunzong could use too few trump cards, which made it difficult for him to compare with those geniuses with great backgrounds. But there was no other way. Chunzong relied on himself most of the time. Although the unhindered sword sect supported him as much as possible, the sect itself was not strong enough. Little friend, you used a body-refining martial art that day, right? The seemingly oldest pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator asked. Yes. Chunzong nodded. I wonder if little friend is willing to give that body-refining martial art to 100 Battlefield. In exchange, little friend can choose any low-rank pseudo-lingwu from the secret martial arts room, the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator said with a smile. Chunzong could not help but be moved. He had mastered 2 low-rank pseudo-lingwu, Dragon Sparrow Dance and Point Star. However, this did not prevent him from cultivating other pseudo-lingwu. The primeval iron refining hand was obtained from an auction, so it was not a secret. Thinking of this, Chunzong nodded in agreement. Good, then little friend, please go to the secret martial arts room and choose a low-rank pseudolingu that you are satisfied with. After that, you can write down the body refining martial art for us. The secret martial arts room was not far from the alchemy room. After a few steps into the secret martial arts room, Chernzong swept his gaze across the dozen or so low-rank pseudolingu, looking at them one by one. Each low-rank pseudolingu had a name and relevant introduction, making it easier to understand. End of chapter. Chapter 586. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Among the dozen or so low-rank pseudolingu, Chernzong looked at them and finally chose a secret martial art called Wrath of Wind and Thunder. After choosing a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, a heaven-grade top-grade pill, and now a low-rank pseudolingu with the primordial iron refining hands, all that was left was the reward of spirit shells. A 10-win streak was worth 1,000 spirit shells, a 20-win streak was worth 2,000 spirit shells, and a 30-win streak was worth 4,000 spirit shells. At the 40th win streak, the spirit shell reward rose to 10,000 spirit shells, a 50-win streak was 20,000 spirit shells, and a 60-win streak was 30,000 spirit shells. At the 70th win streak, the spirit shell reward rose to 50,000 spirit shells, 60,000 spirit shells for 80 wins, and 70,000 spirit shells for 90 wins. The spirit shell reward for a 100-win streak was 100,000 spirit shells. Because of the 100-win streak, the 100 battlefield side directly gave Chernzong 100 substandard spirit sources, which in theory was equivalent to 100,000 spirit shells, but in reality it was more than that. Several seniors, Chernzong will take his leave. Chernzong cupped his fists and bowed. Little friend, wait. Suddenly, a pseudo-transcendent called out to Chernzong. What other advice does Senior have? Chernzong asked. We sincerely invite little friend to join 100 Battles City. The pseudo-transcendent said with a serious face, and the other pseudo-transcendents also nodded. Join 100 Battles City? Chernzong was slightly startled. Yes, little friend, your combat strength is high, and you can definitely be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Moreover, your age is young and your talent is outstanding. First, he complimented Chernzong, our 100 battlefield directly belongs to 100 Battles City, and 100 Battles City is a mid-rank force in the Ascending Heaven region. Mid-rank? Chernzong was surprised. He knew a little about 100 Battles City, but not much. Chernzong had never thought that 100 Battles City would be a sect. That's right. Our City Lord is a powerful extreme mortal realm warrior, and the old City Lord is a powerful earth spirit realm warrior. The City Lord also has a few disciples, each of them with outstanding talent and extraordinary combat strength. As a mid-rank force, our 100 Battles City's cultivation resources are extremely abundant. If you join our 100 Battles City, I can make the decision to let you choose another rank 3 pseudolingu and gift you a mid-rank pseudolingu. It had to be said, the conditions of the pseudo-transcendent realm were quite attractive. Another level 3 pseudo-spirit artifact and a mid-grade pseudolingu. Moreover, this was just a gift from him. In the future, he would still be able to obtain the resources of the 100 Battles City to cultivate. In addition, the sacred martial palaces Xiaozhen and the sword family's Xian family will probably find trouble with you. However, as long as you join our 100 Battles City, you will naturally receive our protection. Many thanks for Senior's consideration, but I don't plan on staying in one place. Chernzong thought for a moment and refused. Perhaps if Chernzong joined 100 Battles City, he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources and the protection of 100 Battles City, but in the end, 100 Battles City was only a mid-rank force. Thinking back to his experience in the Sword Sect, in the end, because of his lack of strength and various threats, they had no choice but to announce his removal. Strength, everything depended on strength. What's more, Chernzong really didn't plan on staying in one place for too long. Who knew if he would leave ascending heaven region? Little friend, please consider. Seeing Chernzong refuse, the pseudo-transcendent realm couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he still said this. All right. Chernzong nodded and didn't refuse again. After all, he had already made his decision. Of course, these pseudo-transcendents could also see that he couldn't change his mind. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. After leaving the 100 battlefield, Chernzong walked towards the 1,000 treasure pavilion. The wrath of wind and thunder was different from the star-secret sword art. It was similar to the Thunder King transformation used by Lin Ziki of St. Martial Palace. It was a low-rank pseudo-Lingwu technique that could increase one's strength for a short time. The wrath of wind and thunder wasn't easy to cultivate because it required external conditions. Chernzong went to the 1,000 treasure pavilion to purchase the 2 treasures needed to cultivate the wrath of wind and thunder. The essence of wind and thunder. Everything in the world had their own essence chi, which was hidden but not visible. Different things had different strengths and weaknesses. In places where strong winds blew all year round, over time, they would be affected by the aura of the wind and slowly condense and precipitate in a special geographical environment, eventually forming crystals with wind essence chi. The formation of thunder essence chi was similar. This was a treasure that belonged to nature. Stepping into the second floor of the 1,000 treasure pavilion, Chernzong directly stated his intentions. The essence of wind and thunder? We do have them, but they aren't cheap. How much are they worth? Chernzong asked. That depends on whether you want the unrefined essence chi or the refined essence chi. Although Chernzong was here to purchase the wind and thunder essence chi, he knew very little about these 2 treasures. The unrefined essence chi is more impure, so you have to refine it yourself after buying it. As for the refined essence chi, you don't have to. The unrefined essence chi is worth 2 substandard spirit sources, while the refined essence chi is worth 5 substandard spirit sources. The manager of the 1,000 treasure pavilion said with a face full of smiles, letting Chernzong make his choice. Chernzong pondered for a moment. Cultivating the wrath of wind and thunder required 10 wisps of wind essence and 10 wisps of thunder essence. Naturally, they had to have been refined before. In that case, he would need a total of 100 substandard spirit sources. 10 wind essence chi and 10 thunder essence chi each. Chernzong said as he took out the 100 substandard spirit sources he obtained from the 100 battlefield. This time, the substandard spirit sources came and went quickly. Different secret techniques had different requirements to cultivate. Some secret techniques didn't require the help of external objects and only required the user's own strength. However, if they were to be used, it would put a huge burden on the user's body. On the other hand, secret techniques that were cultivated with the help of external objects would not put a huge burden on the user's body. For example, the Wrath of Wind and Thunder secret technique would not put any burden on the user's body after cultivating it. Of course, there was a time limit and it couldn't be used indefinitely. Other than the 2 types of essence chi, Chernzong also bought arrows from the 1,000 treasure pavilion. The best ones were of course the 3rd-level pseudo-spirit arrows, but there were too few of them and the 1,000 treasure pavilion didn't have them. Next were the 2nd-level pseudo-spirit arrows. The 1,000 treasure pavilion only had 10 of them, and each arrow was worth 2 substandard spirit sources. Chernzong bought all of them. Next were the 1st-level pseudo-spirit arrows. Chernzong bought 100 of them, and that was all that the 1,000 treasure pavilion had in stock. The total value of 100 1st-level pseudo-spirit arrows was 30 substandard spirit sources. Soon, Chernzong took 10 wisps of wind essence chi, 10 wisps of thunder essence chi, and the pseudo-spirit arrows and left the 1,000 treasure pavilion. He rented a secret room specifically for cultivation and began to cultivate the Wrath of Wind and Thunder secret technique. The wind essence chi was green in color, and each wisp was like a strand of hair. It emitted a crystal-clear luster, and there was a light aura fluctuation that spread out. It was very agile. The thunder essence chi was purple in color, and it was also as thick as a strand of hair. The luster it emitted was somewhat dazzling, and it also carried the violent and destructive aura of thunder and lightning. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The cultivation of the wrath of wind and thunder was to absorb the wind essence chi and thunder essence chi into the body and refine it. Then, through the absorption of the wrath of wind and thunder, the body would condense a wind and thunder seal. Chunzong's mental strength was very strong. Under his control, all 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi were absorbed into his body. Suddenly, Chunzong felt that his body was so light that it was about to float. At the same time, he also felt a mixed feeling of numbness. Under his control, the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi quickly swam in Chunzong's body. They passed through his bones, muscles, internal organs, and chi, and traveled through every part of Chunzong's body, synchronizing with his body. Condense! With a low shout, Chunzong's 10 fingers quickly flicked. As they swam, they were like 10 spiritual snakes wriggling in the air. They were also like a flower that had already bloomed and was shrinking back into a bud. Countless spiritual chi fluctuated around him. The 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi that were scattered all over his body intertwined with each other and quickly moved to the center. The wisps of essence chi danced like dragons and snakes. As Chunzong's muscles expanded and contracted, they seemed to be condensed. His bones and muscles trembled slightly. The wind and thunder essence chi had the effect of assisting the body refining. This was out of Chunzong's expectation. Unfortunately, Chunzong's body refining cultivation was quite high. The effect of the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi was almost negligible. Like 100 rivers flowing into the river, the wisps of wind and thunder essence chi all flowed into the center of his chest. Under the guidance of Chunzong's powerful mental strength, they condensed in a spiral shape like a vortex. Seal! His voice was like thunder. After his 10 fingers quickly formed a seal, he blasted it into the center of his chest with a powerful force. At the same time, the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi that were entangled together became more condensed, weaving like a needle. The light was so bright that it almost shone through Chunzong's chest and out, causing Chunzong's body to emit a misty green and purple light. When the light receded, Chunzong could see a thumb-sized imprint condensed in the center of his chest. The imprint was green and purple, intertwining with each other. It flowed like the wind, yet it also flowed like lightning. Its shape seemed to be fixed, yet it also seemed to be changing. This was the wind and thunder seal after mastering the wrath of gale and thunder. When his mental strength touched it, Chunzong knew that the wind and thunder seal contained a powerful force. The method to activate the wrath of gale and thunder was to detonate the wind and thunder seal and release the power within. It would spread through every part of the body to increase one's strength. The increase in strength after detonating the wind and thunder seal had nothing to do with the wind and thunder essence chi. Instead, it was a wonderful way to increase one's physical strength and true power. To put it simply, the wrath of gale and thunder was a secret technique that could increase one's physical strength and chi cultivation strength at the same time. This was also the reason why Chunzong chose it. The wrath of gale and thunder was also the most outstanding secret technique among the dozens of low-grade pseudo-lingwu in the 100 battlefield. That was its advantage, but its disadvantage was also very obvious. It required the use of wind and thunder essence chi to train, and the value of wind and thunder essence chi was not low. After using the wrath of gale and thunder, the wind and thunder seal would explode and the wind and thunder essence chi would naturally disappear. There were only 2 ways to recover it. The first was to naturally absorb the wind and thunder essence chi from the heaven and earth. However, it was very weak and required a long time to recover. The second was to directly absorb the wind and thunder essence chi to recover quickly. As such, this secret technique could only be used as a trump card. After mastering the wrath of gale and thunder, Chen Zong left the secluded secret room and prepared to leave the 100 Battles city. Passing by the 100 battlefield, his statue had not been erected yet. After all, to meticulously carve a statue was not an easy task. It would take some time to do so. Perhaps he would see it the next time he came. End of chapter. Chapter 587. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second Go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Along the way, many people stared at Chen Zong. The 100 win streak made Chen Zong famous in 100 Battles City, and there were many people who went to 100 Battles City to watch the battle, so Chen Zong's face was naturally remembered by many. He's out of the city. Since he's out of the city, let's kill him. Stepping out of 100 Battles City and crossing the moat, Chen Zong looked back at 100 Battles City, then stepped forward without looking back. This was neither the starting point nor the end, it was just a relay station, nothing more. Next, go to the Heaven Ascension Tower, Chen Zong thought to himself. In 100 Battles City, in addition to cultivating and participating in the 100 Battles Arena, Chen Zong also learned a lot about Ascending Heaven region and knew what kind of place the Heaven Ascension Tower was. A long time ago, a peerless genius appeared in Ascending Heaven region and advanced by leaps and bounds at an astonishing speed. He broke through all the shackles and went straight to the Transcendent Realm. After that, he did not stop in the Transcendent Realm and finally ascended to the Emperor's throne with irresistible force. This Emperor's throne was not the Emperor's throne of a dynasty, but the strongest martial emperor in the profound sky realm. After that, he remained silent for 10 years, then tore the void of Ascending Heaven region with his bare hands and left. The Heaven Ascension Tower was a treasure left behind by that master when he broke through the void. Legend said that it contained the inheritance left by that master. At that time, Ascending Heaven region was another name, but because of that master, it was renamed Ascending Heaven region. He hoped that everyone in this region would be like dragons and be able to follow his predecessor's example and reach the heavens in a single bound. Although that senior had remained silent for 10 years, 10 years was a short time for a profound sky realm master. One retreat might pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call that senior's cultivation journey reaching the heavens in a single bound. It was said that the senior started on the path of cultivation at the age of 20. Before he was 100 years old, he tore the void with his bare hands and left behind countless legends. He was a legend of his generation. While thinking, Chen Zong walked further and further away. Suddenly, Chen Zong stopped in his tracks and glanced around. They were at the foot of a small hill. "You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet?" Chen Zong spoke slowly, as if he was talking to the air. "I wanted to find a better place for you to be buried, but since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way now." Cold killing intent filled the air as 3 silhouettes appeared from behind several large trees. They were none other than the 3 young men from the Xian clan. All of them glared at Chen Zong, their eyes filled with killing intent as if they wanted to pierce through him. "Only the 3 of you?" Chen Zong seemed a little disappointed. "The 3 of us are enough to put you to death by 1,000 cuts." The voice of the leader was like a cold wind from the extreme north, freezing everything. The 3 young men unsheathed their long swords at the same time. Their swords flashed, bright and cold, carrying fierce, killing intent. They surrounded Chen Zong from 3 different directions and then attacked him. The cold long swords were like a gust of wind. They were not only fast but also sharp. Chen Zong seemed to hear the whistling of the wind. It was the wind of death. The 3 young men from the Xian family, a family of swordsmanship. The leader was at the early stage of the 5-star level, while the other two were at the peak of the 4-star level. Their divine wind sword technique was powerful enough to defeat most of the warriors in the real martial arts realm. Unfortunately, their opponent was Chen Zong. With his perception, Chen Zong captured the trajectory of the three young men's swords clearly. The mystery seemed to be under his control. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. The Xian family was a family of swordsmanship from a middle-rank force. The divine wind sword technique was from the Xian family. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The inherited sword technique of the Xian family was very profound and contained unique skills. It was extraordinary. With the strength of the three young men, Chen Zong could easily kill them. However, Chen Zong did not do so. Instead, he used a similar strength. He unsheathed the Sky Sun sword and the Earth Yin sword and used them to perform the unique skills of the Zongjing sword technique. At the same time, he studied the mystery of the divine wind sword technique to accumulate experience. Beams of cross-shaped sword light broke through the air and blocked the three young men's swords one by one. The sword energy was domineering, sharp, and continuous, bringing great pressure to the three young men. They had no choice but to use more power. How can he be so strong? The three from the Xian clan were shocked. That day, after their companion had been crippled by Chen Zong, they had left. Thus, they had not seen Chen Zong's subsequent battles with their own eyes. As for the rumors, they did not believe them. If they had seen it with their own eyes that day, they would not be in such a situation now. At this point, there was no way out. They could only kill this young man to avenge their clan brother. That's right, that young man was severely injured and could not be treated in time. Now, he was on the verge of death. If there were no accidents, he would undoubtedly die. The three young men used all their strength to perform the divine wind sword technique. The wind whistled and countless green lights filled the air. It was as if the wind was stronger than the previous one. The young man's sword trembled. As his arm trembled, layers of green ripples condensed into sharp blades. They surrounded the long sword and attacked Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. The other two young men also performed their best moves. Their long swords carried an astonishing amount of power. The divine wind sword technique was broad and profound. It was difficult for cultivators to fully master it. Therefore, they were all biased. They were good at different things. Naturally, there were differences in strength. Although the three young men were all performing the divine wind sword technique, Chen Zong could distinguish some subtle differences. It was indeed very subtle. If he could obtain the complete divine wind sword technique, he could also practice it and deepen his accumulation. Unknowingly, the rhythm was under Chen Zong's control. He used the sword energy to drive the two swords to suppress the three young men. However, he was able to let the three young men display their strength to their heart's content. Moreover, he continued to use more skills. Long sword. Sword finger. The Xian clan was a sword clan. It was a mid-level power. Naturally, they did not only have the divine wind sword technique. They had many other martial arts. Some of them were not inferior to the divine wind sword technique. As a direct descendant of the Xian clan, in addition to practicing the divine wind sword technique, they would also practice other martial arts to strengthen their own fighting ability. The sword energy was crisscrossing. The finger energy pierced through the air. The surroundings were severely damaged, leaving countless sword marks that covered a radius of hundreds of meters. Countless cyan sword energy splashed out like a gust of wind. However, Chen Zong, who was in the center, was waving his two swords to resist all the attacks. He was constantly comprehending and developing his unique skills. After a period of meditation, the first style of the Zongheng sword technique gradually became clear. Although there was still some distance before it was complete, it was already on the right track. The only thing missing was time. After a while, the three young men had already done their best. However, they were still unable to defeat Chen Zong. The difference in strength was obvious. "I'll send you on your way." Chunzong's voice was neither fast nor slow. His voice carried a trace of undetectable killing intent. The three young men's faces suddenly changed. The leader of the group was stronger and reacted faster. He immediately retreated and wanted to escape. Although the other two had the same idea, their reactions were slower. One step was the difference between life and death. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The sword energy flashed in front of their eyes. The two young men felt dizzy. "You can't escape." Chunzong's voice was clearly heard by the young man who had already rushed more than 10 meters away. The young man's face suddenly changed. "Stop, I'm from the Exhilarating family," the young man hurriedly said in horror. He wanted to use his family background to threaten Chunzong so that Chunzong wouldn't dare to kill him. However, before he could finish his words, the cross-shaped sword energy had already reached him. An indescribable fierceness appeared, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth. Its peerless sharpness was beginning to show. With a puff, the cross-shaped sword energy disappeared. The young man's body stopped in place. After a slight tremor, it was torn apart. Even the protective power on his body was useless. The two swords returned to their sheaths. However, the remaining sword energy was like silk in the air and gradually disappeared. Chunzong moved quickly. He put away the three people's second-level pseudo-spiritual weapons and took away their mustard seed bags. As for their pseudo-spiritual armors, Chunzong had already broken them and they were useless. After skillfully doing all this, Chunzong burned the three bodies. During this time, Chunzong also checked the three people's mustard seed bags. There were some spirit shells, some substandard spiritual sources, but not many. In addition, there were some essential medicinal pills. As for the divine wind sword technique that Chunzong wanted the most, there was none. After all, it was the Exhilarating family's inherited martial art. It was very precious. The direct disciples were qualified to practice it, but they couldn't copy it and take it away. Of course, Chunzong could also leave the three people behind to force out the divine wind sword technique, but it would take a lot of time. Since the three people appeared, Chunzong always had a bad feeling, as if a crisis was approaching. Therefore, he didn't stay for long. As for the divine wind sword technique, there would be a chance in the future. Chunzong executed the sweeping 8 directions movement technique and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, a few figures quickly approached and stopped. "There are remnants of auras here. We fought not long ago. There should be 4 people. 3 people besieged 1 person, but they were killed. Their bodies were burned to ashes." These people's words almost replayed the battle not long ago. It had to be said that their eyesight was amazing and they were very experienced. This Chunzong didn't go far. We can still catch up. After a short pause, they immediately used their movement techniques and quickly chased in the direction Chunzong left. We've finally entered the ascending heaven region. But I wonder where that bastard Chunzong is? Let's find a place to gather information first. The 4 figures were the Dragon Teeth Guard, who came from the Dragon Reflection Imperial City in the Dragon Reflection region. The Dragon Teeth Guard's vice commander and 3 captains each had the strength of a pseudo-transcendent. The 4 of them teamed up to hunt down Chunzong. If they caught up, Chunzong would be in danger. However, as soon as they stepped into the Ascending Heaven region, they were still quite a distance away from the 100 Battles City. With their speed, it would take them at least a few days to reach the 100 Battles City. In a few days, Chunzong would be able to travel very far. Moreover, the Ascending Heaven region was so big, and Chunzong was only 1 person. It would be even more difficult to find him. "Let's go to Chaohui City first and gather information," the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard said directly. Among the 4 of them, he had the highest status and the strongest combat strength. Naturally, he was the leader. "Okay. Although Long Tai wanted to catch Chen Zong right now and cut him into pieces to avenge his blood, everything would be in vain if he couldn't find Chen Zong. He could only gather information first and plan slowly. End of chapter. Chapter 588. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The scenery was extraordinary, but Chen Zong didn't stop to appreciate it, because the sense of danger was getting stronger. What's going on? Is someone after me? Chen Zong thought to himself as he rushed towards the Heaven Ascension Tower at full speed. Chen Zong wouldn't be surprised if someone was after him. After all, he had offended many people when he first came to the Ascending Heaven region. Moreover, the third prince of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family wouldn't let him go. However, after eliminating the possibility, the third prince of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family couldn't have sent people to chase him so quickly, unless they were transcendents. Moreover, the Xian family, a sword family, wouldn't have received the news immediately after he killed 3 of their disciples. Then, there was still the Martial Saint Palace. The Martial Saint Palace was a high-rank sect. Xiahou Zhen wouldn't let him go after he crippled their core disciple, Lin Ziki. Wait. Chen Zong suddenly thought of Chaohui City's Nangong family. The 2 young masters of the Nangong family had died under his sword. Whether it was right or wrong, the Nangong family wouldn't let him go. They had sent a pseudo-transcendence to chase him, but they were scared off by the old man beside Qing Qin. They would probably send someone after him after a period of silence. As a powerful force, the Nangong family had more than a few pseudo-transcendents. Chen Zong was very fast, but the 3 pursuers were even faster because they weren't in the true martial realm. They were all pseudo-transcendents with 7-star combat strength. Although they were only early 7-star, true martial realm cultivators couldn't compare to them, especially when they were good at speed. However, Chen Zong's speed was much faster than ordinary early 7-star cultivators. For a time, the 3 couldn't catch up to Chen Zong. They could only follow the traces of aura left by Chen Zong. In the valley there was a series of courtyards. Looking down from above, one would find that the courtyards formed the outline of a sword, emitting a dense sword qi. The Xian family, a sword family, was a mid-rank force. Who's the killer? The 4th elder of the Xian family asked coldly. Chen Zong. One of the people below knelt on one knee and lowered his head. What's his origin? It's suspected to be someone from the outer realm. His combat power can reach the limit of 5-star. How dare he kill a disciple of the Xian family? The 4th elder's eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Let Wu Xing take action. He must take this kid's head. The Xian family's face suddenly changed Chen Zong's heart. Xian Wuxing, the prodigy of the Xian family, was over 40 years old. He did not practice the Xian family's divine wind sword technique, but another sword technique that was not inferior to the divine wind sword technique. It was even more strange and terrifying and was best at killing. Not only that, Xian Wuxing's combat strength was as high as 8 stars, and he was now ranked on the Heaven Ascension list. He was known as the Ghost Sword, and when he did, he would kill. He was extremely murderous, and had once slaughtered hundreds of cultivators with his sword in half a day, and there was no lack of pseudo-transcendent experts among them. Chen Zong's combat strength was only at the peak of the 5-star realm, yet he actually asked Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing, who had the combat strength of an 8-star realm, to fight. Wasn't he making a big fuss over a minor issue? However, this was the elder's decision, and he just had to follow the order. Little did they know that the Xian clan's 4th elder had his own considerations. That Chen Zong was clearly a prodigy, and such a prodigy could grow while being hunted down. Thus, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, they had to kill him to prevent him from being left alive. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. causing future trouble. Throughout the ages there were many examples of this. The most obvious example was the powerhouse who reached the heavens in one step. His enemies chased him time and time again. Not only did they fail to kill him, but they also allowed him to grow and eventually destroy his enemies. Of course, the fourth elder didn't think that a mere true martial realm cultivator could really threaten the Exian family. After all, the Exian family was a mid-rank force. There were many extreme mortal realm cultivators in the family and an earth spirit realm ancestor. Since ancient times, there were many geniuses who couldn't reach the transcendence realm in the end. They couldn't withstand the erosion of time and disappeared from the world. Not long after, a figure exuding a shocking cold aura stepped out of the valley. This person stopped here. 3 figures seemed to have descended from the sky. After careful observation, they found the residual aura fluctuations. Not far. Chase. The 3 people's faces were cold. They were indeed members of the Nangong family. They were cultivators trained by the Nangong family. Their talent was quite good, but they were able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm because of some special secret technique. Naturally, there was a price to pay. One of the prices was that their cultivation couldn't advance any further. To put it bluntly, any force with a strong background must have something to rely on. This kind of method to cultivate a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator at a high cost was something that many forces possessed. The only difference was that some forces were strong and some were weak. With their pseudo-transcendent realm strength, they couldn't catch up to a true martial realm cultivator. It was a disgrace. The 3 people chased after Chen Zong's aura with all their might. The sense of crisis was still there, as if an invisible sword was stabbing at his back. Chen Zong ran as fast as he could, pushing his movement skill to the limit. Maybe I should find a better movement skill, Chen Zong thought to himself. Although this sweeping all directions movement skill was good, it seemed to be unable to keep up with his own progress, making it difficult for him to completely transform his strength into speed. Realizing this was a bit slow. Otherwise, he might have been able to buy 1 in the 1,000 treasure pavilion. However, since he had already left 100 Battle City, Chen Zong wouldn't return for the time being. Moreover, it wasn't only 100 Battle City where he could find a better movement skill. Moving forward, Chen Zong headed straight for the Heaven Ascension Tower without stopping. Although Chen Zong's cultivation was still only at the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm and couldn't be compared to a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, the purity of his true chi far exceeded that of an ordinary peak 9th layer true martial realm cultivator. In addition, he had reached the peak of the blood force realm, the peak of the strength refining realm, the body tempering arts mixed yuan body, and the profound jade golden bone arts 3rd layer. All of these factors made Chen Zong's physical endurance far superior to others. His recovery speed was also extremely fast. Even if he was compared to a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, not only would he not be inferior, he would even be slightly superior. This was also the reason why the 3 pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family couldn't catch up to Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. With Chen Zong's speed, he was already thousands of kilometers away from 100 Battle City. Along the way, he had even crossed 2 cities and gradually stepped into the territory of the Heaven Ascension Tower. The Heaven Ascension Tower was a unique treasure of a sect, and it had been here for many years. Over time, the Heaven Ascension Tower became the center of the Heaven Ascension region. Surrounding the Heaven Ascension Tower, some gathering places gradually formed. As time passed, these gathering places continued to expand until they were connected. Now they were built into a city. Heaven Ascension City. This city was in the shape of a ring, surrounding the Heaven Ascension Tower in the center, as if it was protecting the Heaven Ascension Tower. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Chen Zong saw the ancient Heaven Ascension City. The city walls had long been mottled by the erosion of time, but they still stood tall, like a giant that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, but was actually still strong. Heaven Ascension City was in the shape of a ring, so there were a total of 4 city gates facing the 4 directions. They were divided into the east, west, north, and south gate. Each gate was guarded by a master, all of whom were 9th layer true martial realm martial artists. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles, and their combat strength had reached the level of 2-star. From this point alone, it was enough to see the strength of Heaven Ascension City. Similarly, the forces in Heaven Ascension City were intricate. Almost all the ranked forces in the Heaven Ascension territory would try their best to occupy a place in Heaven Ascension City and build a stronghold there. In other words, if one couldn't build a stronghold in Heaven Ascension City, it was nothing. Even if it was a ranked force, it belonged to the bottom. According to the division of the Longtu territory, it would be difficult for a low-ranked sect like the 4 Great Sect of Tianjiang Prefecture to build a stronghold in Heaven Ascension City. After learning about this, Chen Zong was very surprised, and at the same time, he had a sense of expectation. Heaven Ascension City was known as the most powerful and prosperous city in the Heaven Ascension territory. At the same time, it was also the most complicated city. With quick steps, Chen Zong approached quickly, and then stopped outside the east gate and changed to walking. No one was allowed to enter Heaven Ascension City. Otherwise, it would be regarded as disrespectful, and they might be killed on the spot. Under the cold gaze of the 2 guards with outstanding combat strength, Chen Zong took out 10 spiritual shells as the entrance fee. Heaven Ascension City wasn't a place where anyone could casually enter. Every time one stepped in, they had to pay 10 spiritual shells. After that, no matter how long one stayed in the city, if one wanted to enter again after leaving, they would have to pay 10 spiritual shells again. Of course, there was another way, and that was to apply for an entrance token. The entrance tokens were divided into 3 grades: low-ranked, mid-ranked, and high-ranked. They corresponded to 1 month, 1 year, and 10 years. In other words, a low-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave Heaven Ascension City freely for 1 month without paying any entrance fee. Similarly, a mid-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave freely for 1 year, and a high-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave freely for 10 years. However, to apply for an entrance token, one had to first enter Heaven Ascension City, and then go to the city logistics department. In other words, no matter what, one had to pay 10 spiritual shells first. Stepping into Heaven Ascension City, Chen Zong immediately had a strange feeling. The streets of Heaven Ascension City were wider than those of the 100 Battles City, but it wasn't ridiculously wide. It was just that the feeling was completely different. How to describe it? It was like the feeling Chen Zong had when he first stepped into the Cloud Dragon Dynasty from the East Continent, or the feeling when he first stepped into the Longtu Dynasty from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words. It was a feeling formed by the accumulation of the martial Tao over the years. Heaven Ascension City had existed for a long time, and the forces in the city were complex. There were many masters, and the martial Tao was prosperous. Over time, everything in the city would be affected, and it would become different. For example, if poetry was popular in some places, then over time, that place would be filled with a unique poetic charm, and if singing and dancing were popular in some places, it would also be affected. Just as Chen Zong stepped into Heaven Ascension City and was surprised by the unique aura of Heaven Ascension City, the 3 pseudo-transcendent realm masters of the Nangong family who were chasing after him also saw Heaven Ascension City, and their expressions changed drastically. Heaven Ascension City had strict rules, and no one was allowed to fight in the city without permission. Otherwise, no matter what their origin was, they would be imprisoned or killed on the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 589. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Pavilions of different styles stood on both sides of the street. Although they were different, they didn't feel out of place at all. Instead, they were full of harmony. There were many shops, from small ones that sold some trinkets to big ones that sold all kinds of treasures. There was everything. Chernzong couldn't take it all in, but in the end, Chernzong's gaze passed through countless pavilions and landed on a towering black figure in the distance. Although it was quite far away, with Chernzong's eyesight, he could clearly see that the towering black shadow was actually a tall tower. The tower was octagonal, as if it was going to fly with the wind. The black tower stood tall on the ground, as if it had broken through the clouds. It was like a giant standing between the heaven and earth, exuding a monstrous divine aura. It made people feel as if they were looking up at a mountain and felt that they were insignificant. Heaven Ascension Tower, Chernzong said secretly. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. The purpose of this trip was to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. However, when Chernzong was in the 100 Battles City, he learned that the Heaven Ascension Tower was not a place that anyone could challenge. There was only one chance every year. At that time, everyone who wanted to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower would gather here. There's still half a month left, Chernzong said secretly. During this half a month, Chernzong planned to stay in the Heaven Ascension City. As for applying for an entry order, he didn't plan to leave. He wouldn't leave until he finished challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower. Perhaps he wouldn't come back then, at least for a short time. In the beginning, when he was still in the Longtu region, Chernzong had also thought of leaving the Longtu region to train in other regions, but he had not been prepared. Now that he had coincidentally left the Longtu region, he would continue to train himself. At the same time, he would also seek a way to treat Yuan Lingzi. Let's find a place to stay first. Muttering to himself, Chernzong withdrew his gaze and looked around, looking for a restaurant or inn. Suddenly, Chernzong's gaze froze, and his pupils focused straight ahead. A cold and murderous gaze directly fell on Chernzong's face from hundreds of meters away. If looks could kill, Chernzong would have been riddled with holes by now. Xiahou Jin, Chernzong said softly. He was a little surprised to see Xiahou Jin here, but he was not surprised either. After all, the Sacred Martial Palace was a high-ranked sect. It was easy for them to have a foothold in Heaven Ascension City. As for Xiahou Jin, he was a core disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace and a genius ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension roll. Furthermore, the Heaven Ascension Pagoda was about to open in half a month. It was only normal for him to appear here. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu Chernzong. Upon seeing Chernzong again, the killing intent in Xiahou Jin's heart seemed to awaken. It was on the brink of erupting. His body emanated a shocking killing intent that was as cold as hell, but also as violent as lightning and fire. Immediately, the people around Xiahou Jin retreated. Although it was strictly forbidden to attack without permission in Heaven Ascension City, and the consequences were severe, there would occasionally be people who would go crazy and cause destruction without regard for anything else. Even if they were killed in the end, there would often be people who were unlucky enough to be implicated. They would either be injured or killed in serious cases. As Xiahou Jin's body emanated killing intent that was as cold as hell, guards dressed in dark golden armor quickly appeared. Their sharp gazes landed on Xiahou Jin with a warning look in their eyes. Xiahou Jin instantly snapped to his senses. This was Heaven Ascension City. If he dared to attack, he would be punished even if he was the son of the Sacred Martial Palace's Palace Lord, much less a core disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace. At the same time, someone was staring at Xiahou Jin with interest by the window of a restaurant to the side. He then looked at Chernzong with a glint in his eyes and a smile on his lip. Chernzong, you are here for the Heaven Ascension Pagoda, right? You won't have a chance because you will soon die on the life and death arena. This chapter is not finished. please turn the page. Xiaozhen converged his killing intent, but the killing intent in his eyes remained sharp and sharp. His tone was sinister. With that said, Xiaozhen turned and left. He was worried that he would lose control and attack. Back when he attempted to kill Chen Zong in 100 Battle City, he never expected that Chen Zong's combat strength would not be weak. He was unable to kill Chen Zong immediately, causing the experts of 100 Battle City to rush over to stop him. They even banished him from 100 Battle City. It made Xiaozhen feel extremely humiliated. Back then, he was about to send a message to the Sacred Martial Palace to gather people to hide outside and kill Chen Zong when he received the news first. He was to rush to Heaven Ascension City as soon as possible. Left with no choice, Xiaozhen could only put aside the matter of Chen Zong and rush to Heaven Ascension City. Once he was done with Heaven Ascension City, he would eliminate Chen Zong. He never expected that Chen Zong would come to Heaven Ascension City as well. He could finish him off in one fell swoop. One could not attack without permission in Heaven Ascension City, but it did not mean that one could not attack. It was normal for warriors to have grudges between them. It was impossible for them to not resolve their grudges, right? Therefore, Heaven Ascension City had set up an life and death arena. It was meant for warriors with grudges to resolve their grudges. However, to enter the life and death arena, one had to first apply to Heaven Ascension City's City Logistics Division and pay the corresponding fee. Then, the City Logistics Division would make the arrangement. Life and death arena? A glint flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. Whatever, I'll kill you on the life and death arena. Xiaozhen wanted to kill Chen Zong, but how could Chen Zong not want to kill Xiaozhen? Investigate who Xiaozhen was facing off against. The person sitting by the window in the restaurant said slowly. His voice was not loud. Yes, senior brother. The person standing behind him immediately bowed and quickly left. After Xiaozhen left, he went straight to the City Logistics Division to apply for a life and death battle. As for Chen Zong, he found a restaurant to stay in. In a small hall in the Sacred Martial Palace's stronghold. Senior brother, I've already investigated. That person's name is Chen Zong. He came from 100 Battles City, and not long ago, he obtained a 100-win streak in 100 Battles City. Oh, a 100-win streak. Not bad indeed. The man sitting in the seat of honor smiled faintly. He was none other than the person sitting by the window in the restaurant. He tapped his fingers on the back of the dark brown chair, producing a rhythmic sound. What grudge does he have with Xiaozhen? Not long ago, Xiaozhen brought Lin Ziki to 100 Battles City. He had a conflict with Chen Zong, and Lin Ziki wanted to cripple Chen Zong in the 100 Battles arena. However, he ended up being crippled by Chen Zong. Xiaozhen then attempted to kill Chen Zong but was banished from 100 Battles City, explained the person with a smile. His expression had a hint of mockery. Oh, he was banished by 100 Battles City. The man in the seat of honor was first taken aback before he laughed incessantly. Xiaozhen is such a prideful person. He must be mad with anger after being banished by 100 Battles City. The man could not stop laughing. This person was also a core disciple of the Sacred Palace. However, he had a competitive relationship with Xiaozhen. They were at odds with each other. In short, the Sacred Palace was a high-grade sect. It was powerful and had a deep heritage. However, the heavenly profound realm expert had not appeared in 100 years. As for the 3 earthly spirit realm experts, they took turns guarding the sect. The other 2 were either out adventuring or cultivating in seclusion. However, the earthly spirit realm experts guarding the sect would not interfere with the affairs of the sect on a typical day. The large sect was not a monolithic entity. There was always a struggle for power. The Sacred Palace could be divided into 3 factions: the Sect Masters faction and the Elders faction. Xiahou belonged to the Second Elder's faction, while the man belonged to the Grand Elder's faction. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Investigate where that Chen Zong is staying. Bring my name card and let him work for me, said the man. Yes, senior brother, the young man below hurriedly replied. There was a knock on the door. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. Who is it? But Chen Zong, please open the door. I have an urgent matter. An unfamiliar voice sounded from outside the door. It sounded rather amiable. Chen Zong opened the door with a wave of his hand. He saw a white-robed youth standing outside the door. He was looking at him with a smile. I'm a core disciple of the Sacred Palace, Wang Yunyu. When the youth introduced himself, Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. However, the youth smiled again and said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not on the same side as Xiahou. I'm here on behalf of my senior brother, Xian Zai. Senior brother Xian has heard of your outstanding talent and combat strength. He admires you greatly and would like to invite you to a grand occasion, said Wang Yunyu with a smile. It sounded rather elegant, but there was only one meaning behind it. He was trying to recruit Chen Zong. He wanted Chen Zong to work for Xian Zai. I'm used to my freedom, rejected Chen Zong. Please consider it. I'll take my leave first. Despite being rejected, Wang Yunyu's expression did not change at all. He continued speaking with a smile. After cupping his hands, he walked out of the room. Finally, he paused and turned back to look at Chen Zong. By the way, Your Excellency Xiahou has already submitted an application for the Life and Death Arena to the City Logistics Division. Someone from the City Logistics Division will inform you soon. If you are not confident, you can seek help from senior brother Xian. With that said, Wang Yunyu turned and left. Chen Zong waved his hand and closed the door. He did not take it to heart and continued his cultivation. Not long later, there was another knock on the door. Who is it? Having his cultivation interrupted once again, Chen Zong's tone was somewhat displeased. It was sharp like an unsheathed sword. I'm a guard from the City Logistics Division. A deep voice sounded from outside the door. City Logistics Division. Chen Zong's eyes focused. He waved his hand and opened the door. A tall figure dressed in armor stood outside the door. His head was level with the top of the door. He took a step forward and bent his back slightly before entering the room. Are you Chen Zong? Did you come from 100 Battles City? The tall man asked with a steady gaze. I am. Chen Zong had a general idea of the other party's intentions. Sacred Martial Palace's core disciple, Xiahou, has challenged you to a life and death battle. It is scheduled for the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now. Do you accept? The other party inquired. If you accept, head to the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now to fight Xiahou. If you do not accept, leave Heaven Ascension City immediately. You are not allowed to take a single step into Heaven Ascension City for 10 years. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. I accept. Chen Zong did not hesitate at all. The application for the Life and Death Arena required a considerable fee. Similarly, there were restrictions. If one accepted, it was fine. If one did not accept, one would be punished. The punishment was banishment from the city and not being allowed to take a single step into the city for 10 years. This kind of punishment could be considered heavy, but it could also be considered light, depending on the person. However, Chen Zong's goal was to challenge the Heaven Ascension Pagoda. He naturally did not wish to accept such a punishment. Besides, it was time to deal with Xiahou to prevent him from being constantly targeted. Very good. Since you have chosen to accept, arrive at the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now. If you are late, you will be banished from the city and not allowed to take a single step into the city for the rest of your life. The City Logistics Division's guard said sternly. He turned around and walked out the door. End of chapter. Chapter 590. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Brothers and sisters, the subscriptions have been plummeting recently. There's no more food to eat. Please support the original subscriptions. It's great to subscribe. The Black Tower had 11 floors, each of which was 10 meters tall. Including the top, it was 120 meters tall. It stood above the ground and reached the clouds. Every day, many people would pass through the streets of Ascending Sky City and come to the observation tower on the city wall to get a closer look at the tower. The observation tower was circular in shape, with a pillar extending out of the city wall. It was 20 meters above the city wall and had a diameter of 100 meters. It could accommodate many people at the same time. There were many observation towers like this. Each of them was about 1,000 meters apart. They were distributed around the entire inner city wall of Ascending Sky City. It's so tall. It's magnificent with unimaginable exquisiteness. It's hard to imagine how much time, resources, and manpower it took to build such a tower. Idiot, this tower is a treasure left behind by Emperor Li Tian when he tore open the void and left. It's not built. On every observation tower, there were all kinds of discussions and exclamations of surprise. The name of the expert who ascended to the heavens in one step and tore open the void with his bare hands was Emperor Li Tian. Soon, the Ascending Sky Tower will be opened. I'm going to try it then. Maybe I can get through a few more floors in exchange for some treasures. It's said that you can get the inheritance of Emperor Li Tian if you can reach the last floor. I wonder if it's true. It's just a legend. After all, no one has been able to reach the 11th floor until now. The most they can reach is the 9th floor. You're wrong. 100 years ago, there was someone who reached the 10th floor, although he didn't stay there for long. The 9th floor is the record for the past 100 years. This time, many geniuses will try it. Maybe someone can reach the 10th floor. What I'm concerned about is whether anyone can break this record. Impossible. That's too difficult. Chen Zong carefully looked at the Ascending Sky Tower in the distance. He then looked away and jumped down from the observation tower. He jumped down the city wall and walked into the city. Since he came to Ascending Sky City, Chen Zong's goal was the Ascending Sky Tower. The Ascending Sky Tower had not opened yet, but Chen Zong could satisfy his curiosity. After looking around, Chen Zong was about to return to the restaurant to cultivate. As he walked, Chen Zong suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. The gaze was cold and sharp. Chen Zong looked back, but he didn't realize that the gaze on him. After Chen Zong left, a figure appeared in the corner, one of the Nangong family's 3 pseudo-transcendent realm masters. They chased Chen Zong into Ascending Sky City. They couldn't take action inside Ascending Sky City, so they could only keep an eye on Chen Zong and observe his every move. The moment Chen Zong left Ascending Sky City, they could chase after him and kill Chen Zong. If possible, they actually wanted to let Chen Zong enter the life or death arena. Unfortunately, the rules of Ascending Sky City were very strict. The application for the life or death arena had to be from the same level or from a lower level to a higher level. For example, a true martial realm cultivator could only apply for a life or death battle with a true martial realm cultivator or a pseudo-transcendent, but they couldn't apply for a life or death battle with a true martial realm cultivator. Similarly, a pseudo-transcendent could only apply for a life or death battle with a pseudo-transcendent, not a true martial realm cultivator. Returning to the restaurant, Chen Zong got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to cultivate. The first thing he cultivated was the change of heart. Although his body-tempering cultivation had not reached the limit, it was very difficult to cultivate on his own without the assistance of resources. His progress was very slow and almost negligible. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that he had reached the limit, he had no idea how to break through to the 10th level of the true martial realm. All he needed to do was spend some time every day to consolidate his foundation. His main focus was on the change of heart and the comprehension of his sword technique. His ultimate move was also gradually taking shape. Time flew by and in a flash, 3 days had passed. It was already afternoon. Sacred Martial Palace's base. Ah Jean, put this on. The man, who looked to be in his 30s, had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a domineering aura about him. He took out a round black jade tablet. The jade tablet had 2 lifelike dragon carvings on it, and it emitted a unique aura fluctuation. It had an indestructible feeling. Xiahou Zhen's eyes immediately lit up as he recognized what it was. "Thank you, big brother." Xiahou Zhen smiled and wore the jade token around his neck. Soon after, Xiahou Zhen and company left the Sacred Martial Palace's base and strode towards the life or death arena. A love go little say, W Chu, let's go. There's a good show to watch today. What show? Someone has applied for a life or death battle. It's this evening when the sun is setting. There's actually a life or death battle. Let's go. Let's go. Instantly, many people began heading towards the life or death arena. There were relatively few people who applied for a life or death battle. Sometimes there might not even be one in a month or two. However, there were also times when there would be several matches a day. The last life or death battle had been held nearly a month ago. That was why it attracted so many people. The life or death arena was circular in shape. It was 1,000 meters in diameter and was empty around it. It was specially used for spectators. Before the life or death battle began, people constantly rushed over. It did not take long for them to gather. On the life or death arena, people from the City Logistics Division were already present. There was also a squad of City Logistics Division guards stationed below to prevent any accidents from happening. The sun gradually turned red as it slowly turned into a setting sun. Bit by bit, it sank to the west as the sky gradually darkened. Xiahou Zhen is going to engage in a life or death battle. How interesting! Many people from the Myriad Heavens sect laughed. In Heaven Ascension City, the Sacred Martial Palace and the Myriad Heavens sect had their own strongholds. Furthermore, they were not small. After all, they were both superior grade sect. There were also quite a number of mid-grade sect factions. For example, the Sword family, the Xian family, also had their own strongholds. That Chen Zong actually dared to kill people from our family clan. He sure has the guts of a leopard. It's said that Clan Brother Wuxing is already here. Clan Brother Wuxing. Immediately, the expressions of the Xian family changed drastically as they felt a faint sense of fear. To actually get Clan Brother Wuxing to take action, isn't he thinking too highly of that Shenzong? Fourth Elder's way of doing things is just like that. He doesn't give his enemy any chance to escape, so as to prevent future troubles. On the other side, Emo Sun stood in the crowd with his saber in hand. His eyes were cold as a cold aura emanated from his body. It was not deliberate, but a result of the cultivation techniques and saber techniques he cultivated in. Emo Sun had little interest in the life or death battle of others. The reason he came was mainly because he had heard the name Chen Zong. He was the person who had defeated him in 100 Battles City's 100 Battles Arena. Nearly all the people from the various factions stationed in Heaven Ascension City had come. If it was an ordinary life and death battle, it would not have attracted them. The person who initiated the life and death battle was a Sacred Palace core disciple, a top genius on the Heaven Ascension roll, Xiahou Zhen. Therefore, the person who could engage in a life and death battle with him was definitely extraordinary. There were also people who had learned through various channels that Xiahou Zhen's opponent had obtained 100 consecutive victories in 100 Battles City not long ago. 100 Battles City's 100 Battles Arena was considered pretty good, allowing one to obtain 100 consecutive victories. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The victor's combat strength was at least at the 5-star level. It would not be lower than the mid-5-star level. Xian Zai and Wang Yunyu were also standing in the Sacred Palace faction. He's here. That must be Xiaozhen. The other one is Xiaoba. Xiaoba was one of the 36 people on the Heaven Ascension roll. His combat strength was at the 8-star level, and he was in his 40s. Be it his talent or strength, he was astounding. Xiaozhen is here, but Chernzong isn't here yet? Don't tell me he's too afraid to come. Amidst the discussion, Chernzong walked over in the setting sun's rays. His body had the afterglow of the setting sun. Immediately, many gazes landed on Chernzong. There was curiosity, malice, and everything else. Xiaoba's scrutinizing gaze was extremely domineering, as though he wanted to see through Chernzong. However, even with so many gazes, it was unable to pressure Chernzong. After all, they were all gazes below the transcendence realm. When he saw Chernzong, a smile and fighting spirit flashed in Mo Sen's eyes. "Brother Chern still came after all," said Qingchen with a smile. The elder behind him smiled as well. He knew what his young master meant. It was not that Chernzong had not fled, but that he was here to attempt the Heaven Ascension Tower. As for the life and death battle with Xiaozhen, there was no need to elaborate. "Chernzong, today is the day you die." Xiaozhen leaped and landed on the life and death arena like a bolt of lightning in a domineering manner. He looked down at Chernzong from above. "It's too early to say that," Chernzong said with an unhurried smile. With a light tap of the ground, he leaped up and landed on the life and death arena. Are the two people on the arena the Sacred Palace's core disciple, Xiaozhen, and reigning sword, Chernzong? The city garrison's guard on the life and death arena spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, like the tolling of a bell. It reverberated in every direction, instantly silencing all the discussions. Yes, Xiaozhen and Chernzong responded in unison. It was a simple process to verify their identities. "Stand there and don't move." As the guard spoke, a mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror was simple and unadorned, with countless mystic runes engraved on its back. The guard shook the mirror, releasing a white light that first landed on Xiaozhen's body before it landed on Chernzong's body. A faint white light rose from Chernzong and Xiaozhen's bodies at almost the same time. True force. The two of them are indeed at the true martial realm. The life and death battle is established. As the guard spoke, he put away the mirror. The mirror was a grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact. It was very special. It could not be used to attack or defend, much less provide any support. Its only use was to detect. It could detect the level of strength a person possessed. For example, a true martial realm warrior's true force or a pseudo-transcendent realm warrior's pseudo-spiritual energy. Both parties in the life and death battle had to be at the same level. This was to prevent pseudo-transcendent realm warriors from deliberately concealing their strength when applying for a life and death battle and requesting a true martial realm warrior for a life and death battle. After the test, it was confirmed that Chernzong and Xiaozhen were indeed at the true martial realm and not at the pseudo-transcendent realm. The life and death battle could naturally proceed. Listen carefully. Xiaozhen has applied and Chernzong has agreed. Both parties will engage in a life and death battle here. Si Wei solemnly announced, "A life and death battle is a matter of life and death. If you want to admit defeat, you need to obtain the other party's consent. No one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, it will be considered a provocation to Ascending Heaven City. Ascending Heaven City will punish you severely. In addition, all the belongings of the defeated party will belong to the victor." His voice was solemn, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. No one thought that he was joking. Although Ascending Heaven City was not listed as a ranked force, its strength was not inferior to a high-ranked sect. Neither the sacred palace nor the 10,000 Heavens sect were willing to make an enemy out of ascending Heaven City. End of chapter. Chapter 591. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. In the life and death arena, Chunzong and Xiaozhen stood opposite each other. Chunzong had a calm expression as he stared straight at Xiaozhen. He did not feel any pressure. Xiaozhen's eyes were cold and sharp. Lightning seemed to surge in them as strong winds howled. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. His body emanated an awe-inspiring aura that resembled an abyss. Back then, you killed my junior brother Lin. Today, I will avenge him by killing you here and now. Xiaozhen roared as his killing intent erupted like a volcano. Magma surged into the sky and filled the entire life and death arena. It was like a thunderstorm. So it's because Chunzong killed Xiaozhen's junior brother that Xiaozhen wants to seek revenge in a life and death battle. Immediately, a number of people revealed looks of enlightenment. Xiaoba nodded secretly. Although he did not think much of it, and if Xiaozhen wanted to kill, so be it. There was no point in saying so much. However, it was undeniable that Xiaozhen's words had caused the public opinion to lean towards him. It was as though he was the righteous party. What's right and wrong is in a person's heart. Besides, I did not kill your junior brother. Chunzong said unhurriedly with a calm expression. There's no point in saying more. My junior brother was killed by you. Now, it's time for you to pay with your life. With that said, Xiaozhen did not give Chunzong any chance to retort. To avoid arousing suspicion, he immediately attacked. The sacred martial palace had thousands of martial arts in it. There were many types of martial arts that the palace's disciples could cultivate in. Therefore, the sacred martial palace's disciples were not only proficient in one type of martial art. As one of the best among the core disciples, Xiaozhen was naturally well versed in the martial arts he knew. He raised his hand and slapped out with the golden lightning rune glove. Immediately, a gust of wind blew. As it howled, it blasted towards Chunzong as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, if there was a towering tree, it would be blown up by this palm and shattered in the wind. Amidst the gale, a palm print with a misty green light drifted about, up, down, left, and right. Moreover, it was very vague. It was rapidly approaching Chunzong. If he was attracted by the gale and ignored the palm print, he would be severely injured. However, Chunzong's 5 senses were astonishingly sharp. With a single glance, he was able to see the hazy palm print. He knew that the profundity of this palm lay in the palm print. That seemingly vast and mighty gale was merely a form of concealment. He unsheathed his sword as a sword beam tore through space, tearing through the howling winds before cleaving apart the oncoming azure palm. The astonishing sword beam was extremely sharp, like a crescent moon descending from the heavens. It made Xiaozhen's expression change abruptly. The power of this sword was actually at the peak of the 5-star level. Back when he attacked Chunzong in 100 Battle City, they had exchanged a few blows. Back then, Xiaozhen knew that Chunzong's combat strength was not weak. However, he was stopped before he could unleash his full strength. So strong. I'm afraid this battle is going to be difficult. Those with good eyesight could tell that Chunzong's strike was indeed very powerful. With combat strength at the peak of the 5-star level, it was enough to enter the minor heaven ascension role. They originally believed that Xiaozhen's request for a life-and-death battle would allow him to successfully kill his opponent. But from the looks of it, it was not going to be easy. Xiaoba was slightly taken aback as well. Following that, his brows relaxed. He believed in Xiaozhen's strength. It's just a futile struggle. With a cold bellow, Xiaozhen attacked once again. He struck out with both his palms, causing the gale to gather into a tumultuous storm that tore through everything in its path. It ruthlessly struck Chen Zong, filling more than half of the life and death arena like the might of the heavens. So powerful, as expected of a top genius on the minor heaven ascension roll. Everyone exclaimed. This level is not enough to deal with Brother Chen. Qing Chen said unhurriedly. His voice was only audible to him and the gray-robed elder beside him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The corners of Mo Sen's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Such an attack was indeed very powerful. However, even he could break through it, much less defeat Chen Zong. With a resounding clang, a second sword beam was unsheathed. The heavenly Yang sword's sword beam was a sun-red color. The moment it was unsheathed, it was like the morning sun rising into the sky. Its light illuminated the world in a grand and majestic manner. It was as though it could destroy everything with a domineering and mighty force. As for the Earth-Een sword's sword beam, it was blue in color. When it was unsheathed, it seemed as though deep moonlight filled the sky. Sword forces were activated as the two swords struck out. The completely different sword beams emitted different auras, but they were both extremely sharp. Kill! The storm surged forward in a mighty and unstoppable manner. Chen Zong's two swords produced an extremely sharp two-colored cross-shaped sword beam. They tore through the storm like paper, completely unaffected. His sword forces were extremely domineering and sharp. Furthermore, they came in a continuous stream with great momentum. As he constantly meditated, Chen Zong gained more and more insights into the unhindered sword art's ultimate move. Gradually, he developed a framework for it. Although it appeared immature and only in its embryonic form, its strength was not weak. The cross-shaped sword beam tore through the storm with Chen Zong in tow. After tearing through the storm, it headed straight for Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen pointed with his finger as a finger-thick golden lightning tore through space. The golden lightning was extremely domineering. It emitted a destructive aura that was even more astounding than the storm. It exceeded the peak of the five-star realm and reached the limits of the five-star realm. This was Xiaozhen's true strength. The two swords arrived and clashed with the lightning. Following that, Chen Zong was sent retreating. Xiaozhen remained motionless when he saw that his finger had succeeded. He flicked his fingers repeatedly as golden lightning tore through the sky. In terms of finger techniques, he was a lot more profound and powerful than Lin Ziki. However, Chen Zong did not dodge. Instead, he used his two swords to constantly clash with the golden lightning. He was sent retreating time and time again. What is he doing? He knows he is no match for Chen Zong. Is he going to fight to the death? Beneath the life and death arena, everyone was stunned. Even the city guards presiding over the life and death arena frowned slightly. However, it had nothing to do with him. Qing Chen's expression remained unchanged. Although he did not know why Chen Zong was doing so, he knew that there was a reason behind it. Mo Sen shared the same feeling. He even felt that Chen Zong was using Xiaozhen to hone himself. That's right. Chen Zong was using Xiaozhen to demonstrate the Rain's sword cannon's ultimate move. After repeated demonstrations and insights, the ultimate move became more and more perfect. Its strength also increased. Previously, it would be sent retreating when facing a mid-stage 5-star combat strength. Now, it had been enhanced to the point where it could withstand a peak 5-star combat strength. It would only be sent retreating when facing a peak 5-star combat strength. Xiaoba frowned. The more he watched, the more he felt that something was amiss. Quickly kill him. Xiaoba sent a voice transmission to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen was slightly taken aback. As a participant in the situation, he did not see the situation clearly. He believed that he could kill Chen Zong when he saw his finger techniques repeatedly send Chen Zong retreating. But in fact, Xiaozhen had no intention of directly killing Chen Zong. He wanted to slowly torture Chen Zong like he was prey. He wanted to ravage Chen Zong and send him to his death bit by bit, letting him die in despair. Ever since he was banished from 100 Battle City, this thought had taken root in Xiahou mind. Therefore, Xiahou did not heed Xiaoba's words. Instead, he focused on conjuring his finger technique. Golden finger blasts tore through the air at Chen Zong, sending Chen Zong retreating time and time again. Xiaoba frowned tightly. Ah Zhen, kill him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xiaoba sent a voice transmission again. However, Xiahou remained unmoved. He had to torture Chen Zong to death. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Another finger tore through the air. Chen Zong held his two swords horizontally as a cross-shaped sword beam shot out. However, it shattered the golden lightning without him retreating a single step. Xiaoba was taken aback. Everyone else was taken aback as well. Even Xiahou himself was taken aback. Why wasn't he sent retreating? Could it be that everything that happened before was fake? No, there was nothing fake about him being sent retreating. Then, why was he able to withstand the constant retreating attacks? He could not figure it out, but he had a strange feeling. Chen Zong brandished his two swords as he approached Xiahou. The cross-shaped sword beam shot out. The heavenly Yang sword beam was grand and majestic, while the earthly Yin sword beam was deep and tranquil. When the two swords struck out, the sword beam contained two different types of sword beams. It left a deep impression and was unforgettable. Aluo, those are our swords. In a distant pavilion, a scholarly middle-aged man dressed in azure-colored robes suddenly shot out a glint from his eyes that were as calm as water. His tone turned slightly perturbed. Standing beside him was a beautiful woman dressed in a green gown. She smiled when she heard that. You are wrong. They are no longer our swords. They have found a new master and they are a pair. You are right. They have now found a new master, said the middle-aged scholar with a smile. I hope this child does not disgrace them. If he can defeat Xiahou, it won't be a disgrace, said the woman with a smile. As the two conversed, Chen Zong had already closed in on Xiahou. His two swords struck out and every strike gave Xiahou a fatal sense of danger. It made his hair stand on end. His body quivered as Xiahou's expression turned cold and solemn. He flicked his 10 fingers repeatedly. Specks of golden light tore through the sky like meteors as they shot at Chen Zong, riddling the air in front of him with holes. Following that, Xiahou struck out with his palm as a golden palm mark tore through the air. It contained countless bolts of lightning that were more powerful than finger technique. As one of the best among the sacred martial palace's core disciples, Xiahou was not only powerful in combat, but he was also proficient in many martial arts. He was mainly skilled in finger and palm technique. Rumbling sounds reverberated like a myriad of lightning bolts crashing down from the sky with astounding destructive power. Chen Zong struck out with both swords as a cross-shaped sword beam shattered the finger beams. It even split apart the palm marks, sending out a continuous stream of sword blasts. The sword blasts were extremely powerful. Even if his opponent's strength was on par with his, it was impossible for him to shatter the sword blasts directly. This was because the sword blasts were extremely powerful in an instant. Furthermore, it had the effect of being continuous. Wave after wave of sword blasts constantly surged out. Xiahou's expression changed drastically. He never expected Chen Zong's strength to be so strange and terrifying. People who had never encountered it directly would not understand it. Furthermore, back in 100 Battle City, they had only just clashed. Chen Zong had yet to reveal his true strength. Retreat. Xiahou had no choice but to retreat. The sword blasts were just too powerful. Xiahou's retreat immediately left everyone astonished. Wasn't Xiahou holding the upper hand previously? Although Chen Zong was gradually turning the tables, No one knew that Chen Zong could force Xiaozhen to retreat. After all, one was a top genius ranked on the minor heaven ascension roll, while the other was an unknown. No, he had already obtained 100 consecutive victories in the 100 battles. However, that was nothing compared to the minor heaven ascension roll. Xiaozhen's retreat seemed unstoppable. Under Chen Zong's two swords, he retreated again and again. End of chapter. Chapter 592. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. He was enraged. Xiaozhen nearly blew his top. He had actually been forced to retreat. It was completely unexpected. Thunderous roar. A thunderous roar exploded in the Samsara arena. A terrifying sound wave blasted at Chen Zong's face like a thunderous roar. Following that, he struck out with his palms, sending golden palm prints with lightning bolts tearing through the air. They bombarded Chen Zong in a dense barrage. The two swords slashed out. Break, break, break. When an ultimate move was developed to a certain level, it would slowly become more powerful. Coupled with the sharpness of the heavenly Yang sword and Earth Yin sword, there was nothing it could not destroy. All of Xiaozhen's attacks were shattered by Chen Zong's two swords. It was not only because of the sharpness of the swords or the potential of the ultimate move, but also because of Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship. He had reached the perfected realm of man and sword as one. Although Xiaozhen was a top genius, his martial attainments had only reached the second level of man and sword as one. He was clearly inferior to Chen Zong in terms of realm. The level of a warrior's realm greatly affected a warrior. When two warriors used the same amount of strength, a warrior at a lower realm could destroy a boulder weighing 500 kilograms with a single strike. A warrior at a higher realm could use the same amount of strength or even the same move to destroy a boulder weighing 5,000 kilograms. That was the difference. Not only did a warrior's realm allow them to better unleash their strength, it also allowed them to find the patterns and flaws of objects. Then, they could follow the patterns and flaws and use their strength to cause greater destruction. All of Xiaozhen's attacks were shattered by Chen Zong. The two swords were just too sharp. All Xiaozhen could do was constantly retreat. Is this all you have? With such strength, what right do you have to fight me in a life-and-death battle? Chen Zong's two consecutive sentences were like two swords stabbing into Xiaozhen's heart. The proud Xiaozhen could not accept it. You deserve death. Xiaozhen's eyes spewed fire as his hands trembled. The Grade 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact gloves powers were activated. Amidst crackling sounds, golden lightning bolts surged out of the gloves, releasing a destructive aura that left one shuddering. As Lin Dong pointed his finger, the golden lightning on the glove adhered to it, causing the might of his finger to clearly increase, making it even more frightening. Chen Zong's expression was slightly solemn, but he still did not dodge. A more powerful finger technique would only bring him better training. The strength of a Grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact was very potent. It significantly enhanced one's strength. Xiaozhen's finger art was originally at the peak of the 5-star realm, but now it was approaching the 6-star realm. There was still a huge gap between the limit of 5 stars and 6 stars. After forcing Chen Zong back once again, Xiaozhen no longer felt the same as before. Instead, he recalled Xiaoba's words, "Kill Chen Zong as soon as possible." With this in mind, Xiaozhen immediately cast a mystic technique. Lightning bolts blasted out from his body as they surged in every direction. Every golden lightning bolt was as thick as a finger, as though they wanted to destroy everything around them. However, they did not spread out. Instead, they surrounded Xiaozhen, bathing him in lightning. Thunder King Transformation. The Martial Saint Palace's Thunder King Transformation is a high-grade pseudo-lingwu. The Thunder King Transformation has a total of 3 stages. I wonder which stage Xiaohozhen has cultivated to? Upon seeing Xiaohozhen cast the Thunder King transformation, a smile suffused across Xiaohoba's lip. Chernzong had seen Lin Ziki use the Thunder King transformation before, but the difference in aura was obvious. Xiaohozhen's Thunder King transformation was clearly more astounding. It was not to say that Lin Ziki's Thunder King transformation was flawed, but that Lin Ziki's grasp of the Thunder King transformation was inferior to Xiaohozhen's. Casting the Thunder King transformation, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. At the first stage of the Thunder King transformation, Xiaohozhen's strength was even more powerful. However, he had yet to break through the shackles of the 5-star realm and reach the 6-star realm. The gap was obvious and difficult to bridge. This was still not an overwhelming strength. More golden lightning bolts blasted out from his body, densely covering Xiaohozhen as though they were devouring him. Then, they shot into the sky as a phantom appeared behind Xiaohozhen. The phantom was golden in color and was about 3 meters tall. Its face was blurry, and only its eyes were clear as they emitted a blinding golden light. At the second stage of the Thunder King transformation, a Thunder King phantom condensed. It emitted a domineering aura, as though it was the King of Lightning that reigned supreme over the world. When the second stage of the Thunder King transformation was cast and the Thunder King phantom condensed, Xiaohozhen seemed to break through a shackle as his combat strength soared. Early 6-star. Xiaohozhen felt unprecedentedly powerful. It was as though he could control the life and death of everyone in the world. Chernzong die. Thunder rumbled as it roared. Xiaohozhen pointed with his finger as a golden bolt of lightning as thick as an arm tore through the air. It was faster and more violent. The aura contained within the finger was extremely terrifying. It made Chernzong's hair stand on end. Previously, Chernzong had always believed that although his combat strength had yet to reach the 6-star realm, he should be able to match an early 6-star warrior. But now, the aura from Xiaohozhen's finger left him horrified. The gap between the peak of the 5-star realm and the early 6-star realm was greater than he imagined. However, Chernzong had no intention of dodging. The cultivation of the second transformation of the mind transformations had already fused 60% of his physical strength and 60% of his unhindered true force. However, he had yet to fully grasp it. Even though Chernzong was constantly working hard, the further he progressed, the more difficult it was to fuse his strength. Today, he was using Xiaohozhen's strength to temper himself. Without dodging, Chernzong powered his swords with sword force as he received Xiaohozhen's finger head-on. At the instant they came into contact, an extremely terrifying energy exploded out. It was a violent impact that destroyed everything in its path. Chernzong's arms trembled. That energy seemed to want to shatter his bones and tear his muscles apart, causing his entire body to go numb. His entire body flew backwards like a rock falling from the sky, and he almost flew out of the life and death arena. When he landed, Chernzong's feet left several deep footprints in the samsara arena. The edges of the footprints were filled with cracks. His arms could not stop trembling as golden bolts of lightning wreaked havoc on them. Chernzong felt as though his arms had been destroyed. He could not feel anything, but as his pure yang lifeblood surged, he gradually recovered. Boom! Boom! Xiaohozhen struck out with 2 fingers again as golden bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out. His 2 fingers roared like a golden lightning dragon as Chernzong regained the feeling in his arms. The heavenly yang sword and earth yin sword trembled in unison as a melodious sword hum sounded. Suddenly, the heavenly yang sword emitted a golden red beam of light. It was as majestic as the blazing sun rising into the sky, illuminating the land. The earth yin sword emitted a dark green beam of light that was silent and dark as it streaked through the air. As one with the sword, Chernzong tore through the air as a cross-shaped sword beam tore through the air. The sword force was domineering and continuous. Chen Zong clashed with the golden bolts of lightning once again. An intense explosion blasted out as countless golden bolts of lightning leaped about. Sword flashes shattered as sword beams shot out, tearing countless marks on the samsara arena's hard surface. Chen Zong flew backward at an even faster speed as he endured the numbness in his arms. He brandished his sword like a swallow flapping its wings as he retreated to the edge of the samsara arena. He drew an arc and landed on the samsara arena once again. Countless golden bolts of lightning filled his body as they wreaked havoc. Chen Zong felt numb and excruciating pain. Myriad mammoth bolting lightning. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xiaozhen straightened his palms as the Thunder King Phantom behind him raised its palms as well. Countless golden bolts of lightning condensed from every direction as they slithered about like dragons. He struck out with both palms as lightning surged. Booms reverberated through the world. Everyone could only hear the countless booms explode in their ears. It left their scalps tingling. Bolts of golden lightning as thick as an arm tore through the sky, blanketing the samsara arena. There were dozens to hundreds of them. Every bolt of golden lightning contained terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying everything. They surged towards Chen Zong like hundreds of dragons and snakes dancing in the air. Die! Xiaozhen's killing intent was fully expressed with that one word. His most powerful strike was one that would not rest until Chen Zong was dead. How terrifying! Xiaozhen has actually reached such a state with the myriad mammoth bolting lightning. Wang Yunyu was appalled. Xian Zai's smile vanished as his expression turned cold and solemn. It was as though Xiaozhen's means had exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Xiaoba nodded secretly. He had naturally cultivated in the myriad mammoth bolting lightning before. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate it as well as the cultivation progress. Now that he saw the might Xiaozhen had produced, he knew that Xiaozhen had cultivated the myriad mammoth bolting lightning to an extremely brilliant level. Compared to him in the past, Xiaozhen was in no way inferior. In fact, Xiaozhen was slightly stronger. He's doomed. Life and death are about to be decided. Beneath the samsara arena, many people thought to themselves as they stared with widened eyes. Qing Chen had his hands behind his back as he wore a look of indifference. He firmly believed that Chen Zong would not be defeated as a result. As for Imo Sen, his eyes turned brighter as he stared intently at Chen Zong. He wanted to see how Chen Zong would respond to such a terrifying strike. Would he be blasted to death? Or would he destroy it? Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted from the terrifying 100 bolts of golden lightning to Chen Zong. They wanted to see how Chen Zong would deal with the attack. Behind the 100 bolts of golden lightning was Xiaozhen. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was staring at Chen Zong through the 100 bolts of golden lightning. He wanted to see Chen Zong being reduced to dregs by his myriad mammoth bolting lightning with his own eyes. With two swords in hand, Chen Zong stared at the terrifying bolts of golden lightning that surged towards him with a heavy expression. Every bolt's aura was in no way weaker than the finger art from before. More than 100 bolts came crashing down at him. Such terrifying might was impossible to withstand. Wind lightning seal. Shatter. With a deep bellow, the wind lightning seal that had condensed at his chest instantly shattered. Like a storm or a bolt of lightning, it surged through Chen Zong's body. His tendons and bones hummed, his organs roared, his lifeblood roared, and his unhindered true force surged like a tidal wave. The wind lightning seal was a seal cultivated from the secret technique, Wrath of Wind and Lightning. Once it was detonated, it would release an astounding power. The power would instantly increase one's body tempering and chi refinement strength simultaneously. 10%. At the instant the wind lightning seal shattered, the power spread through every part of his body. Chunzong's physical strength and unhindered true force were both enhanced by 10%. 10% might not seem like much, but it was very obvious to Chunzong. In terms of physical strength alone, it increased from 50,000 kilograms to 110,000 kilograms. Furthermore, Chunzong had cultivated change of mind. The 10% enhancement was completely within his control. This enhancement and fusion allowed Chunzong's combat strength to break through the shackles. His combat strength soared to the early stages of the 6-star realm. The powerful combat strength allowed Chunzong to better deal with the terrifying bolts of lightning that came crashing down at him. With 2 swords in hand, he slashed out sword beams in the shape of a cross. They clashed with the bolts of lightning, tearing through the sky as they charged toward Xiaohojun. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.